page. Oh, never mind. Sorry. It just took some time to populate. I was starting to think, oh no, why isn't it going? Okay, we are live. So I'm going to mute myself and let you all take it from here.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I am Abubakar Siddiq Ango, a HashiCorp ambassador. We are excited to have you on today's awesome event, HashiTalks Africa. It's awesome to have the great speakers we have lined up. Also with me is Olubusayo Amowe. Busayo?
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome to HashiTalks Africa 2021. So we're just going to go right into introduce our first speaker, right?
Yep.
Okay. So our first speaker is Paul Zitzman. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did I get that?
Perfect.
Okay. So Paul is going to be talking about Terraform. So I've been looking forward to this talk because the topic looks like really catchy. And Paul is going to show us how we automate everything Terraform related. And he's going to also give us a startup project for us to get along with. Paul is passionate about blockchain, software development, mountain biking, and you occasionally write code. So, Paul, you have the floor.
Yeah, before Paul starts, please let's also remember to follow our community guidelines. And if you have any questions, you can always drop your comments in the YouTube chat and we'll be there to answer any questions you have. Over to you, Paul.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so I hope the title is a bit catchy. It was a bit of a clickbait one. So yeah, and thank you for the opportunity. Today I want to talk to you about how we automate the creation of our Terraform infrastructure. So it's a bit of a weird one. I think a lot of people don't think about how do you actually manage the infrastructure that manages your infrastructure. So that's what we're chatting about today. And then I want to show you just some things we've done internally in our company to standardize and make the adoption of Terraform a bit easier. So just a quick blurb about myself. Paul, I am the co-founder and technical director of a company called Cloud and Things. We're 2 months old maybe, Cape Town based. And like they mentioned, I'm a dev. I'm passionate about a bunch of stuff in tech. Yeah, and HashiCorp is something I naturally gravitated to. I love what the company is doing from a tech point of view and from a culture point of view. So just to give you a bit of background about myself, I've been part of in a previous life, I was an electronic engineer and I became a full stack engineer. And then I gravitated into AWS and into becoming more on the infrastructure side of things. I've been part of the core infrastructure team at quite a few companies, doing a bit of consulting. In those teams, we mainly cared about networking and security, laying the baselines for the rest of the organization. And these environments varied in size from a few accounts to a few hundred accounts. And we worked in environments where we had more than 1,000 Terraform workspaces running in Terraform Enterprise. That's kind of where how you manage those things become quite important. And then also, I've been in a big data teams where we did on the infrastructure side in AWS for next generation big data platforms, and I do application development internally in the company. We've got a few products we're building, and we use Terraform to manage the infrastructure for all those things. So across all our clients and all the projects we're working on, we've got way more than 1,000 workspaces we have to manage. So just a bit more background, like I said, deployments across hundreds of accounts. In most of our environments, we use a IAM hub and spoke design. So we put a central account where our root credentials live, and from that account, we assume roles into sub-accounts to do deployments. All our clients are either in the financial services space or in the medical space. And so security is of like utmost importance. So rotating credentials is something we have to do like often. We do it as often as possible. And then like that in itself is quite a big problem if you've got 1,000 workspaces to manage and you don't have a nice way to roll out new credentials. And then Git is our source of truth for everything. Our documentation lives in Git. Our obviously our Terraform infrastructure lives in Git, and our application code sits there. And then like how we manage Terraform, we wanted to get that into Git as well. So like a bit of the problems we've ran into over the past few years. So we started with Terraform almost 4 or 5 years ago. And back then we used to do local Terraform runs. And like sometimes like we're all eager to get on the latest version of Terraform, and someone would bump a state file to the next version, and the entire team needs to upgrade their Terraform versions. We had state files living in all weird places. Some people pushing it into Git, some people keeping it on their local machines. Like sometimes it sits in S3, sometimes these like state locking is enabled, sometimes it's not. So like there was a lot of drift in how we managed Terraform in general. Then when we started adopting Terraform Cloud and Terraform Enterprise, we saw like how people were manually going into Terraform Enterprise and into Terraform Cloud and creating workspaces, and these things weren't set up uniformly. So you could pick up one repo and the naming conventions were weird. And like that overhead as a developer, when you're switching between all these code bases, like it's something that's looked over quite easily. Like that there's quite a bit of overhead. You can't just pick a repo up. You actually have to think, like every time you want to make a small change, like you have to be careful because you don't know if this variable that is exactly the same named as another variable in another workspace, it's going to do the same thing. And we found the same thing with our AWS accounts. We found that AWS accounts are just being created, and like it's poorly documented why it was created and the configuration for that account. Yeah, and then Terraform Workspace is not being set up correctly, like in general, because we've got this IAM hub and spoke. People would not have access to those credentials of that hub account. So they would just create credentials in the account they want to deploy it into, or they generate new credentials and basically expire the old set of credentials, which means all other workspaces stop working. So it was just a mess in general. So like what changed for us, so Terraform Cloud and Terraform Enterprise, like the adoption, when we started using something to manage our Terraform, that was like a 0 to 1 movement for us, and not having to run Terraform locally, having something that manages our state, and that changed the world for us completely. The problem we had then is that it's so easy to create workspaces, and there's a cost involved, that there was quite a bit of sprawl involved. And then Terraform 13 came out, which was a big change for us as well. Suddenly we could create custom providers to do things that we usually had to do in other systems. Like an example of this would be our like spinning up AWS accounts. We did that in an external system, and just having easy access to all these providers. Providers has been part of Terraform since quite, like I think probably not day one, but early on. But getting custom providers into your workspaces was tricky, and Terraform 13 just completely simplified that for us. Also, after Terraform 13, it felt like the Terraform registry just exploded with really good quality modules. So stuff that we used to maintain ourselves. A stupid example would be like something like spinning up an RDS database, would be stuff that like we would have our own like RDS module. Now there's so many good examples of something like spinning up a AWS RDS database that we can pull it from the registry, which was great. Module looping was a big thing for us because we had to do like really weird stuff to simulate like looping over a module, especially when our first pass at creating something that manages our workspaces for us. That was quite a hairy piece of code to work on, and introducing new variables into the templates we built was tricky, and module looping just simplified that for us. And then variable validation. So we could now, like, we used to build these guardrails, and I'll show an example of a guardrail that we still use. But we used to use these guardrails within our code to create exceptions within Terraform during runtime if a variable doesn't meet certain requirements. But now we can do it like in the variables, in the variable definition, which is like much cleaner than what we used to, and much easier to ensure that it's being followed through new repo. So these, like this combination of Terraform Enterprise and / Terraform Cloud and Terraform 13 really like supercharged our drive to automate everything we do Terraform related. So we went and like terraformed all the things. So we have workspaces that creates and manages all our other Terraform workspaces. We've got workspaces that manages the creation of AWS accounts. We created a custom Terraform provider, which adds functionality that the default AWS provider doesn't have. So it's AWS extras. Currently, the only thing it actually does is it manages our control tower account vending for us. And then we did it's a little simple file we just added to all our Terraform projects that has some good defaults in. Default variables that we use in our naming conventions, standardized ways of how we handle our outputs, that we can reference it between different systems, because even though we are Terraform crazy, we still have other means of deployment, and we want to get handles on the infrastructure and the ARNs and the IDs of resources that's being created by Terraform. So we've got a standardized way to do that as well. So these things together like really cleaned up how we do Terraform in general. And that's actually the end of my slides. Now I want to show you some code and show you like hands-on. Like I'm going to show you some actual stuff. I've created 2 repos in GitHub that you guys can reference. The one is just a sample project it spins up a VPC with a few subnets, and it's got our defaults in. So some of their variable names might look weird. That's like Cloud and Things, our company. It's the shorthands for that. And then I'll show you the workspace provisioner that we use to spin up infrastructure. And that can be used to spin up actually anything Terraform related. It does not spin up other workspace provisioners. There's a bit of a gotcha there that I'll talk to. So if we go into code, so the first thing I want to show you is just the sample repo. And I'll add links to the repos in my talk. I don't think I have it in, and I'll share that out. So very simple. We created this file, like that's our Cloud and Things defaults, and all our repos have that in. And it's really, really simple. Over time, we'll probably convert this into a module, but there's benefits in having it as just a straight file that someone can include in a code repo. So we've got this is an example of a guardrail, and we used to have quite a few of these. And this is I think it's actually a little bit of a hack to get Terraform to throw an exception, but we used to use this for variables as well. So we would do some checks. If the variable met some condition, it would return a 1, and that could be converted to a number. If not, it returns fail, the word which cannot be converted to a number, and Terraform throws an exception. What's cool about this though is this runs at plan time. So you'll get errors during the plan phase and not get surprises during the apply phase, which is a pretty cool way of doing things. So the specific guardrail we've still got in is to ensure that, because we've got this hub and spoke account or model, that the account that you specify in code, so we've got a variable that we don't use anywhere else, we just use this for the guardrails, that and the actual caller ID, so the Terraform provider, that these two accounts match up. If they don't, you've made a mistake in your provider, so in the variables that you sent in, like the assume role that you want to use. This will break before it even gets to an apply phase. Your plan will fail and you can fix it, which is great. Like, this is a really nifty thing. We've got this in every single code base that we use. So sometimes it doesn't make sense, like when you start interpolating the role in the provider using this variable, then these will always match, but we don't use it like that, so that's fine. We've got some standard tags that we add on everything, even our internal projects like R&D projects, like this thing I'm deploying today has tags, and that just makes it easier for us when we do cost allocation internally, or if we want to analyze where are we spending money, how are we deploying things, and who's deploying things. This just makes it easier. So this could probably be a module on its own, which has our naming standards and our tagging standards. Just this morning, I saw an article, I think it was released today, Terraform, the AWS provider for Terraform, I think it's 3.38, now has default tags in the provider. So this could just be chucked into the provider config, which is awesome. So all your resources will get these tags, with the exception, I think, of auto-scaling groups. And then we've got output. So this is an example for this repo. I've got a VPC ID that I would like to export, and I've got a public subnet that I would like those ons for IDs to be exported. So we define it in the locals block as outputs. You can literally take this thing, create an output resource, use that as the value, and it's fine. But we push it to SSM. So other systems like serverless, and we use the CDK, and we use SAM, so they can all reference this from SSM. So SSM is quite a nice place to store these things. So it'll create a bunch of variables, parameters that you can reference from other code deployment systems. And then we've got a bunch of default variables, and we found, like, we add these things to every single repo. So every time you create a new code repo, you have to either go copy this from somewhere else, or you have to type it out. And then when it becomes a hassle to do things the right way, people stop doing it the right way. So you'll see these variables all have, like, they've got a type, they've got a description, and where it makes sense, they've got validation on them as well. So these are just a few things we have standard internally. And when you, as a developer, copy this, you can totally change this. You can add, like, let's say these namespaces doesn't make sense for what you're doing right now. You can add another one and you can expand it. So that's fine. But it's just a good starting point. And then we use, because these things are standard everywhere, our template for provisioning the workspaces that will, like, ultimately deploy this. It will then, like, it'll have these pre-populated, so you don't have to do a bunch of typing to get these in. So this is like the standard, how would you call it, like a standard that's in all the repos. And then from a variable point of view for this workspace, all you actually have to add is these things. These should actually also be default in our defaults. So that's something I still need to change. So, and then the rest of this is just a sample deployment. So this could be anything. This is just some networking deployment stuff. Something interesting that we saw with for each, which is a bit of a misconception. someone actually commented on a blog post of mine yesterday, is for each only works for known values. So you can't reference things that's being deployed in that same code base, which is it's a bit of a misconception. The key of the thing you are looping on needs to be known, and it's actually quite seldom that key is not known. Like in this case, we are looping across the public subnets which we created, and if you look at how they were created, they're looping over some local variable that we build up. And if you're going to that, you'll see these things are known at runtime, and that's why you can use that. So that known values only applies to the key, and usually the key is known. So that's not an issue. That was just something interesting I saw last night. Cool. Now the interesting stuff. So now you've got your code and you are ready to deploy it. What we usually used to do is like Terraform init and Terraform plan, Terraform apply, and that's it. And no one saw like what are you going to apply? Like there's no second pair of eyes on anything when it comes to apply, or you go and you create a Terraform enterprise or Terraform cloud workspace by yourself manually, and it's just you're kind of on your own with that. So we then built this like Terraform automation idea. I don't think it's not unique. A lot of people do this. This is just like our example. So we've got a repo. It's got two folders. The one is our provisioner, and this is exactly as the name says. This thing provisions other workspaces, and it used to be like crazy complicated because it used we couldn't loop over modules, so we had to do quite weird stuff to separate the template files that we pass in the definitions and spin up the different workspaces. Now that we can loop over modules, it became so simple. We just for each workspace definition, we just pass that thing to a module and we loop over the modules. So if we quickly look at what happens here, and this thing is the exception. We do not provision the provisioner using a provisioner, if that makes sense. It's a bit weird, because the danger would be that you could completely destroy everything if that thing somehow got like automatically applied or destroyed. And so this is the one exception where we still we manually go into Terraform Cloud or Terraform Enterprise and we set up this workspace. But this is the only one. This is like the bootstrap. You could totally create this thing through code, but you'll always have something you have to run locally. So, and we used to have that like a bootstrapper that creates this workspace in Terraform Cloud, and you only run that once locally. But there's so little to configure on this that we said it's not worth the effort. You do it once, and it's well documented, so that's fine. We're not automating the creation of this this provisioner. So from a variables point of view, what we need is you need to tell it like to which Terraform Enterprise workspace it will be provisioning. We have a default Terraform version that we want to enforce across all our workspaces. You can override it in your configuration, but if you don't specify it, you'll just grab the default. This OAuth token is for your organization, the OAuth ID that Terraform Cloud and Enterprise will be using to connect to your code. This is not a secret thing, like you can have it, like it can be in clear text. It's just an ID, and you can overwrite that as well in your configuration code. But like I haven't ever had to do that. I use the one from we use the same one everywhere. This you would probably override this if you've got like different GitHub organizations that you're pulling code from, or you're pulling from GitHub and Bitbucket. But for us, it's GitHub. Used to be Bitbucket, it's GitHub now, and we pull from there. Then we've got our AWS key and our secret. And they're set as Terraform variables, and I'll show you why. The key ID is not secret. Actually, you want that to be visible. The AWS secret access key, you want that to be like a Terraform secret. And this is that hub and spoke I spoke about, so that this ID will be in the root account and it can deploy from everywhere. And then when this thing runs, it actually goes and checks. It looks at your Terraform Enterprise or Terraform Cloud environment, and it lists all the workspaces, and it lists all the and it basically does a div on the workspaces that it knows that it manages, and gives you a report on which of these workspaces that you have in your environment are not managed, or not managed at least by this piece of code. And like this workspace provisioner is one of them, so you can add it here as an exception, so it won't report on it. And then that's just, when I say report, it just spits it out as an output. But this is quite handy to see if someone went, because we're not restricting our team members, they can still go and create workspaces manually. We don't want people to do that. And if they do that, we just want to keep track of it and maybe follow up why did that happen? Is it the provision that's not meeting your requirements? And we can fix that. So not a lot of variables. That's why we say like pretty easy to set up. And a variable that you don't see here is an environment variable. And that's one for Terraform Enterprise for the token. It's, you have to just set that because this thing interacts with Terraform Enterprise and Cloud. You guys can go through like the code, it's really pretty simple. It knows about this directory because that's where it'll pick up the template files to provision new workspaces. It does this output of unmanaged workspaces, and we do some data manipulation to get it in a nice format, a nice human readable format. This workspace only interacts with Terraform Enterprise. That's the only provider it needs. I lie, there's more, but that's like the only, the only API it interacts with. And this requirement, I think this doesn't have to be Terraform 14. I think Terraform 13.5 and up should be fine. Cool. And then from a workspace creation point of view, what do we do? So in this directory, we've got an example here. So this is a template that you would just copy, create a folder, or just chuck it in the root of this folder and change it for whatever you want to do. So we have some plans to maybe create a custom provider where it can parse these files and it knows about versions and it will do funky stuff with that. For now, it's version 1. It doesn't do anything. You have to tell it which AWS account you want to go to, you want to deploy to. This can obviously, like there can be many AWS, you can have many providers, but the main provider in our code, this is the account for that. Then if you want, and we only do that actually, is you can say the credentials that's been set in the provisioner, use that in all workspaces that you provision. So if you want to rotate credentials, like one of the problems we had, you only have to change it in the workspace provisioner, run it, and it'll apply to all your other workspaces. So when it's time to rotate, you do it in one place. All other workspaces will get that updated credentials. And then you can say, like, do you want to use the main version control systems credentials, that OAuth ID? Do you want to use that, or do you want to provide your own one? Then you give the workspace a name, you give it a definition or a description, or to apply, like these are like standard Terraform Enterprise and Cloud settings, like which directory do you want to deploy from within your code. So in this example, it's the root. Which version do you want to use? So overriding it, but it's actually the default. Here you specify the repo. So in this case, our repo it's down here. So it's my GitHub. That would be the repo we want to use. and then the branch, which is normally the main branch, main or default we deploy, main or develop we deploy from. Like which other, like we use local modules quite a bit. Like it's a handy way to define blocks of code you want to rewrite, but that's not necessarily shareable. Like it's not reusable for other people. It only makes sense in the context of that repository. So local modules is something we use. We obviously want to trigger a run on changes in that in those modules. And then we've got those default values. So these values I showed you in here, default variables, we specify them in here with defaults. So you actually don't fill this in, you remove what you don't need. There's a few exceptions, like you have to type in some stuff, and you can fill this out. And then like in this workspace case, we've got 2 additional variables that we need to put in, Terraform variables. So you can just copy a block like this, add it in. And if you want to add environment variables, you can add that in as well. So once you've got a file like this, so if we look at this example, this is filled in, and it's got everything we need to deploy this. It's got all the values we need. It's great stuff, and I'm committing this to Git as an example, so you guys will be able to see what this looks like. And here we can see those 2 variables. So we're using control tower. We're deploying to, this is an R&D account. So we actually clean this account out quite often. And this is the session name I want to use when it runs. So how this thing is used is we load up, like we get all the files in this directory, which matches this pattern, basically all these files, and then we convert them to like YAML decode them. And this is where module looping is super handy, where we can just loop over them and pass in like the variables from this workspace into here. And in this module, and this is an example of a module that actually only makes sense within the context of this thing. We've got some guardrails, and these are not the same as the other guardrails. This just makes sure that the YAML file meets our requirements, and you could add a lot more in here. Currently, we only check that the default variables are set. And then like you can add many checks in here. This is just an example of another check. The only requirement is it needs to return a Boolean. And then it sets this flag like create the workspace. It's a binary value. In this case, we don't actually want to throw a Terraform error, because then the creation of all workspaces would come to an halt. We just want to not create broken workspaces, if that makes sense. If we used something like this guardrail we've got in here, this throws a proper error and your work, like Terraform stops. We don't want that. We just don't want this thing to run. What we should add in as well is some output to give the user some feedback that this workspace was not created due to some error.
I think we are over time. We're already 5 minutes over time. If you can quickly round up. Sorry.
Awesome. No, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see. So sorry, I didn't check the time. So if we look at wrong window, yeah. So this is what the workspace provisioner looks like. If I commit that piece of code, it gives a plan like this, and it will tell you, it will create it will create the workspace for you. So we're a bit out of time now to actually show the full plan, but it'll create a workspace for me. And when it's applied, it will give me a report like this, where I've got one unmanaged workspace in Terraform. So that is it. I'm sorry I rambled a bit too much and we didn't get to the actual demo where I commit code and we see workspaces being provisioned.
Hi. Oh, good. There you are.
Awesome. I think we don't currently have any questions in the chat, but there has been quite a lot of discussions there. So if Paul, maybe if you get a chance, you can hop in on the YouTube chats to engage some of the awesome discussions that have been going on. So I think without wasting too much time, we'll proceed to the next speaker. If you have any questions, you can drop it in the YouTube chat for Paul to answer. Busayo, are you ready for the next speaker?
Yeah, sure. All right. How's it going, everybody?
Awesome. I think, yeah, we don't currently have Busayo. Our next speaker is Sal, who is a developer advocate for Reliably. And she's also they are also a leading SRE automation. Okay. The leading SRE automation tool, that is Reliably.
Yeah.
Sal is passionate about evolving best practices of site reliability engineering. And they will be talking about site reliability engineering in the cloud. So over to you, Sal.
All right, cool. Well, hi, everybody. I actually really enjoyed the first talk, Terraform. I think that's a really cool idea. Yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and share my screen. Can you let me know up front, how much time do I have?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay, I promise I will stick on time.
You got this.
So welcome, everybody. If you can see my full screen now. All right. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. So today we're going to talk about site reliability engineering in the cloud. I'm trying to keep it pretty broad, pretty agnostic to the tooling, because I really want to talk about what it means to do this from the day to day and how you can be implementing it well. So thanks for having me. The first thing we're going to go over is sort of generally the who, what, where, why, and when, and then a little bit into the how-to of really automating and moving from just infrastructure as code to genuinely like fully observable, reliable systems as code. So let's start with what SREs really are. So I love the definition from Google, you know, really the ones that pioneered SRE. I love Ben Trainor's definition of it being what happens when a software engineer is tasked with what used to be operations. But I think it's a little bit more nuanced and complex than that, especially as the systems that we're trying to do reliability engineering on become more complex. So if you're new to SRE or if you've been in SRE for a while, I think it's interesting to understand that, you know, I work in a lot of different spaces and I see people wearing SRE hats that don't always necessarily have the title. So I want you to be able to observe either who they could be in your workplace or how you could be that in your own workplace to improve your systems. So there's the like pretty traditional model of a distributed SRE. This is kind of like a consultant that is responsible for the reliability of your entire system, right? This is closer to that idea of that sort of like magical sage SRE that comes in and has so much knowledge about the type of the architecture that you have in place that they can really help you with it. Increasingly, though, I'm seeing them be genuinely embedded onto teams. So, and someone who is acting functionally as an SRE, but who's genuinely involved in the day-to-day development of the code and who's building it in tandem with the DevOps deployment. There's your infrastructure SREs who are specifically tailored around the CI/CD practices. And then there's tool-driven SREs, which are also a little bit abstracted. So those are ones that are specifically looking at helping you monitoring and observing your systems, but aren't that involved in building it necessarily. Now, how do you spot an SRE at HashiTalks? It means they're probably going to be using these tools, right? Anything that gets you closer to infrastructure as code. You're going to be using Terraform. You're going to be using Nomad most likely as a way to start testing out the way that you're building out your, well, being able to respin up your deployments. So I won't be going into a lot of detail on this today, but there's a really cool talk just a couple of weeks ago on fuzzing Nomad with Nomad. So if you want to take a slightly different approach than the one that we're talking about today with your tooling set, I just think this is a really cool way of automating the way that you want to test your systems. But I also want to say that even in this talk, even this one, so this was Kent's talk on fuzzing Nomad with Nomad, it's a good idea that's super CPU intensive. So I want to talk today about how we make meaningful choices about testing our systems. And that starts really with monitoring. So for monitoring software, that means that we are actively building telemetry into the systems, which is the process of recording the behavior of the system. And we want to be doing that as we build, right? So you're using your Prometheus endpoints, or if you're sitting over any sort of cloud hosting, using their endpoints to be able to, or making sure that you're making those visible to yourself. This is a pretty simple concept, monitoring. But there's an added complexity, and I've had 2 conversations this week with people who've worked in SRE for over a decade, and it was interesting to me that in that conversation they're still having subtle disagreements about what is observability for software architecture. Do we have a field-wide, genuine definition of this? It comes originally from control theory. But I think when we're talking about using observability in our software systems, we're generally talking about something that's a little bit more nuanced. We're really trying to talk about what is it that we have to surface about our systems to be able to understand them. And I think I do think about this a little bit differently because of my background. So yes, I work in SRE at this time, but my first job ever was in the cognitive engineering of Boeing cockpits. So when you think about designing a cockpit, right, the idea of being a pilot, of flying up in the sky, it's a romantic idea, but in reality, you build these machines to be able to understand the state of that entire airplane if you have zero visibility at all. So when you're designing your dashboards, right, when I'm designing a cockpit, for example, the dashboards that you're trying to build out for your systems should have that kind of ability. You want to be surfacing just the information that makes you minimally aware of what could go wrong with your system. You don't want to be distracting yourself. And that's why it's so interesting to be doing SRE in this space where we're beginning to have incredibly complex systems. Our telemetry for those systems is becoming more complex. And it's really getting the human edge and the human understanding of large scale system failure that we're trying to catch up to. And the reason why I wanted to come to HashiTalks and talk a little bit more about this is because there's a talk like 2 years ago from the Nomad group. And I think they put it really well in just making us aware that everything that we do observes the laws of thermodynamics, even software. So even if I was to create the world's most stable monolith, it could still and will still eventually fail. So as we want to perturbate and test our systems, we want to become more aware of what type of decay we're going to be seeing across all aspects of our architecture. So in my definition, and genuinely this is a personal definition for observability, I define good observability in SRE as signal processing of the state of a system that will continuously change with use and decay over time, right? I want to create a really good cockpit so that I know it can steer both my team, my development, and my business value forward by making sure that what I have is a stable system. This is really important to me because in the area that I work, I am not a traditional sort of DevOps or SRE. I'm really interested in this space because I build out machine learning and artificial intelligence models on top of like widely distributed infrastructure. So for example, geocaching systems that are globally distributed. And it's really important to me to understand, is the accuracy of the hypothesis that I'm trying to test with my machine, it's the accuracy of the answers and the resolution of the answers that I can get are directly dependent on the reliability of the software underneath it. So this is an incredibly hard question to answer, or an incredibly important question to answer. Are you building the right way, and can you trust what you've built if you're trying to answer real world questions on top of it? I do have a couple of ideas that if you are really interested in like learning and understanding this field of SRE and observability and AI and ML operations, there's a couple of interesting ways where you can use surfacing and observability and automating some of that observability and getting your system to be more literally self-aware using some of these models. That is for an entirely different talk. I will go over my 30-minute limit if we go into that today, but if you're interested, let's be in touch. Today, we're really talking about SRE on the cloud. What is it? How do you do it? So let's talk really broadly about who are SREs right now. If you are currently having that as your title, right? If you're actually formally an SRE, even those, almost 2/3 of them said that as a professional site reliability engineer, the workspaces that they were in had only had that in place for 3 years or less, had a formal process of doing site reliability engineering alongside or as an extension of their DevOps process. Now in 2020, I really liked seeing this statistic come out that about 41% of individuals that work in SRE or are familiar with SRE saw it as being a natural part of the same DevOps team. I think that that's really the right way to see it, right? You want to be an embedded SRE. You want to saturate all the tacit knowledge that you have about your development into the way that you observe it. About 1/3 of them thought it was complimentary. And I think today, if I can convince that 1/3 of people that either don't know or think it's competitive, that it absolutely is not, and that you can, right? This is going to make a really, really harmonic way of building out your systems if you observe the right things. The one thing that bothered me about that report was that even those that have the claim that they're doing full SRE, only about 1/3 of them are reporting that they're actually doing end-to-end error or performance budgets. And I think that's a problem because the error budgets are really the bread and butter of doing SRE well and making sure that as an organization, laterally, everyone understands what the value is of the development that you're doing. So error budgets are very simply the amount of error that a service can accumulate over a specified period of time before users grumble about the experience. Now, if we jump back to that metaphor that, I hope nobody has a fear of flying, but if you jump back to the metaphor of having a dashboard to see the systems that you're developing and to understand their stable states, it really is anything that would affect the passengers on your airplane, right? Are you doing something that really affects their experience? And if not, just keep developing on the features that matter. So we're able now to work in this way and to really start moving from the focus of just creating stable systems to just creating stable systems with the intention of providing a strong service to the end user because of some of the things that we've learned and work with now from DevOps practices, right? We understand that the bigger the silos, we very much translates to more lines of code that need reviewed to solve a bug. So we do want to be moving in an incremental way. That's these small changes, the faster to fix or to roll back in a panic. But we really want to be moving. I think the only difference culturally from doing DevOps to SRE, once you have observability in place, is that it makes sure that you have a communicated understanding of not just the gradual and incremental changes, but why those changes are meaningful to your business and to your team. So I always get asked, isn't SRE just better monitoring and automation? And yes, but also very much no. And the reason for that is if you start to work in this way, we're all subject to Conway's law. Any organization that designs a system will produce a design structure that is a copy of the organization's communicational structure. So we're shifting from having business intelligence that helps us to define our features. Yes, that's still important, but when we're monitoring and putting automation at the center of what we're doing, the health of our services starts to become the center of your business strategy, right? Have I created a stable system that I can continue to build on and provide things that excite and delight my users without ever having them grumble, right? If I can minimally make sure that they enjoy what they're receiving, then I'm making sure that I only think about the reality of user experience in the way that I translate my developer time. And that helps to create a really healthy feedback loop, right? The only thing that matters is if people are happy at the end of the day with the thing that I built. And as a developer, I really want to be getting that information. So SRE is a measuring and monitoring practice as well. And you have to do this on the dimension of time. And there's 3 things that we are aware of. The first are always the service level indicators. That's basically just a statement saying that X should be true. Now you can extend service level indicators into service level objectives, which is saying I want X to be true, Y percentage of time. And then you can wrap all of those underneath things that are service level agreements, SLAs. And those are literally the contractual or fiduciary understandings that you have in a B2B or a B2C arrangement, where there's going to be actual consequences if your system is not available to a specific period of time or to a specific objective. Today, we're just going to talk about SLOs and SLIs. Mostly because if you stay under those, you're never going to hit your SLAs. You really want to build something that you're monitoring and keeping so stable that you're never at risk of providing a catastrophic experience for your user. So if we're looking at a service level objective, we can say that we want, we call this all about the nines. So we try to get like 99.9 something availability or reduction in latency, for example. So let's say for this, an SLO of 99.95 availability. It's a little meaningless. It's, something to aim at. But if you turn this into an error budget, we immediately understand what we're actually trying to get. An error budget mathematically is super simple. You just take a 1 and minus the service level objective, and then you transform that into your function of time. So 99.95% of an SLO of availability is literally translated to 21 minutes and 54 seconds of a service inside of your architecture being allowed to not be fully available to your end user over a month. So you're allowing your system to have a little bit of flexibility because our systems fundamentally cannot approach 100% availability. And the more you extend your systems, the less available, the less accurate, the more you're going to have to reduce these SLOs in combination. But if you incorporate these error budgets, it becomes a fundamental part of the way that you start thinking about development, because as a cognitive engineer, right, I have now put my software engineers into a place where they're now thinking preventatively. They're thinking about curing their system before it gets sick, right? And we can now work around trust and timely innovation because they know now that they're working on a system that's going to be stable as they build out new and exciting things. So if you're doing SRE well, it's a practice that you've put into place. It's something that changes and evolves over time. Yes, you want to automate. You do want to monitor your systems, but you want to go through this ongoing process of learning how to tell a story about the things that we're monitoring, seeing those violations as opportunities, building out and changing our error budgets, and then communicating that picture to your entire organization. So let's step through these really quick. So if you are just starting out with SRE and you want to set up your first monitoring system, you want to tell a simple but compelling story about what your system is doing. You can do this by choosing 2 or more SLOs from different services, but I would recommend not choosing more than, don't choose more than 5 when you first set up your dashboard. You really want to be making sure that as a person, you can understand what your data is providing you. And you want to get an end-to-end view of that product reliability. So you want to be capturing both the availability and the latency of your system. I'll show you how to do this in just a second. A thing that you want to also keep in mind is that you're going to have violations. Your system is going to go down. View those as opportunities. Like, we want to get excited when things start failing because you understand that this is your opportunity to make it a more resilient system. But over the course of a quarter on average, I would say, you want to take your immediate actions and write. Traditional site reliability engineering has this extension in it, which is called pager duty. It's literally who is on call to be responsible for the system when there's a catastrophic failure. I've taken all of that part out of this talk because I want you to get excited about SRE and not afraid of it. That is the scary side of SRE. But I think that we're at a place in the nuance of the telemetry that we have and the ability to put in machine learning and AI models to start doing this, that pager duty is going to be handed over to machines. And we can start building out much more complex models because we have a system that self-monitors and self-heals. I've made this one big because it really matters. And this is like, I think that there's a bunch of engineers in this room, but this is for management. Error budgets and error budget blowouts are a good thing. They're a good thing. The only real difference between SRE and DevOps, like, we're not trying to never fail. You don't have a healthy environment if people aren't willing to take risks with the things that they're building. You want to have a healthy amount of risk in the things that you're building, but you want to fail in a measurable way. And that's the fundamental difference once you've put your monitoring and your observational systems into place. And then the final part of this process, and it's iterative, right? You want to talk to your entire team. You want to talk to your customers about what they're really experiencing from your system. And talk to your team about if the SLOs that you currently have in place really make sense after a fixed period of development or after another release, right? Are you actually measuring, or do you have the right estimation of how much downtime your system can afford before customers really care? And it's like, I know that I said this right before, but let's let's make sure we understand that it's a completely different environment to be working in if you have a team that is doing SRE genuinely and with good hygiene, because it is the team now that is holistically working together to create a system that fails less and provides maximum value. So if your question right now is, great, why isn't my team doing SRE already? The answer is they probably are. It's very possible that you have someone who is at least incredibly interested in making sure that your system is more reliable, because even if you tend to see the person on the sort of DevOps team or the deployment team, whoever it is that implicitly has the pager duty, even if it's not defined as their job, they're gradually becoming your SREs, right? And you really want to upskill those people. If only to keep them employed in your environment, right? Because they're the ones that want to stop having to put out fires. It really helps your team to have a shared understanding of what you're building. But if you want to practice this, right, you're probably in this talk because you want to understand how to do this on the cloud. There's a couple of telemetry systems that you can use, but I'm going to show you a really simple one that's free and open source that makes it really easy to put your SLOs and SLIs into place. I'm working with this team at Reliably, and one of the rules with the project strategy is like, you have to be able as a developer to get from like concept to actually having it running in less than 5 minutes. So if you wanted to just put SLOs and SLIs into place today, you can actually do that. You can also do a lot of other stuff with this, like scanning your manifests and seeing if your like deployments will run reliably before you deploy it. If you're interested in that, I'm giving another demo tonight that will be recorded. That's like much more on the tech side. But today we're talking about SLIs and SLOs. So let's go for it. Remember, when we are setting up our error budgets, we got to get those SLOs, and we're going to define a percentage of availability or latency that we think is acceptable. If we're doing this on cloud, right? If you are at like with HashiCorp or using any of their services or systems, you're probably building out on a multi-cloud platform, or at least considering that. It's 2021. You can build out different SLIs pointing to those different endpoints and compare the SLOs across them. You do want to do this because there's absolute limits to the availability of what cloud providers do offer. So what does this look like in practice, right? If in less than 5 minutes, I want to just set this up in my own system, I will assume in this case that I've already just downloaded Reliably into my file system. And I'm going to just say SLO init. I'm going to say, all right, this is the name of the service level objective that I want to declare. We're going to focus around availability, our initial target. What's the cloud provider we're going to use? What's the ARN for it in this circumstance, right? We're building out the basic building blocks, and this is tied to your telemetry. So you are now able to monitor in less than 5 minutes what your accuracy is and to keep a hold of this. Now, if you're asking the question, like, right, we have Grafana, right? We have the ability to observe some of these things. I think it's much more important to view and observe the dependencies. It is much more important to really observe the dependencies between SLOs because those really affect you. So I think we can jump out of this, but I would love to see if you step off of this call and you really want to play with this, anything that you're deploying right now, you can just set up your basic SLOs and SLIs, and then you can start reporting them. So I think where this gets really powerful is starting to think of these as historical records. And again, I'm not going into a lot of detail into the ways that you use this today, but if you start to report your SLOs and your SLAs, then you can see it read out like this, right? What is our target? What is the difference between what we currently have available and what we were targeting at? And I want to have a continuous understanding of why and when we're reaching this sort of standard of practice that we want. And also asking those questions, right? Having this readily available on any given day allows me to see when there's a surge in my system, when there's been something that's, before I get a bunch of, angry phone calls from customers, or I lose a bunch of downtime, right? Because, I'm talking about these in sort of general terms to help you sort of enjoy and understand the SRE story. But downtime is a monetary problem. If you've got a medium-sized service, the average amount of money lost per minute is around $500 US. If you're running a large service with a couple thousand users, that generally goes up on average to a few $1,000s, about $10,000 per minute of downtime for some of these major e-commerce sites, even if you're just losing a single region. So you really want to start tracking these and getting them fixed before it becomes a PagerDuty problem. Now, I did want to make this a bit of a quick whirlwind, in part because I wanted this to be a higher level talk of what is SRE when we're doing it in cloud and in multi-cloud. What are the building blocks and understanding that I need to have to be able to position that out? But I also think you're all human beings. And while I don't get a chance to meet you all in person, I am curious. I got to talk a couple of weeks ago to this guy, Nolan Gasser. He was the head data scientist for Pandora. And we were talking a lot about data systems and how you organize knowledge around really complex fuzzy forms. How can you define someone's favorite song? And it's an open question, but if you have other questions, I would love for you to also follow up from this talk. Send me your favorite song, particularly if it's an exemplar of sort of where you're from. I think that that's really enjoyable for me, and it lets me know that yes, you're all engineers, but you're also human beings. We can sort of broaden the discussion around that. But if you do want to have some more talk and discussion around really building out cool systems, then get in touch with me. I have a couple of requests for you on this call, or if you are watching this talk sort of on YouTube later on. I have the incredible privilege to have a bunch of interns at Reliably who are, I think, much smarter than I am. And we're currently working on a couple of different projects. So we're trying to get a little bit of data. If you're interested in understanding sort of the cognitive profiles and the problem solving techniques and maybe the differences between those in DevOps and SRE, then please go to the tiny URL for cognitive SRE. We're also looking at some of the technical stacks that people are using for SRE, sort of broadly what the correlations are between the type of SRE and the type of stack that you need to do. If you want to follow up on some of the things I've shown you, reliably.com/docs is a good place to be. But I also want to highlight, right? So we are working in site reliability engineering that really pairs super well with chaos engineering. And if you want to look at a really interesting investigation of how to mindfully test your systems and to think about understanding broadly how the way that we test, build, churn and toil over our systems, right? Look at this chaos engineering for blockchain because it really helps to think about engineering well and holistically. And it's just a super cool demo built by one of my incredibly smart interns. So that's all I've got for now. I am happy to open up to questions. I know I kept it pretty high level, so I'm happy to answer anything that's more detailed or in the chat as well.
This is awesome. Everyone in the chat can agree that this has been a very great talk. I'm particularly excited about this because I've been aware of the SLO discussions on Twitter lately, and also looking forward to the SLO conf. So this is like a good introduction to SLO, and I will agree with the community that you're excited to hear this talk. So awesome, thank you. And if you have any further questions for Sal, please drop it in the YouTube chat, and they will be happily available to answer your questions. So Busayo, who is our next speaker?
All right.
Yep. Thanks again, Sal. Our next speaker is Ahmad Abdulaziz, and he's talking about optimizing MongoDB query performance. So I don't know if it's on. Ahmad?
Yeah, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we can
How
hear
are
you.
you doing?
I'm good. Okay.
Yeah,
So we just give you the
to our viewers, if you are listening to us, you can share your excitement about the event and the talks on Twitter using the hashtag HashiTalks Africa. Let's buzz and let everyone be aware of the awesome content we are getting to do. So over to you, Ahmed, if you're ready.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, are we good?
Yep.
All right. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmad Abdulaziz. Again, I'll be presenting optimizing MongoDB query performance, right? So who am I? Okay, I'm Ahmad Abdulaziz, a tech lead at Druve Limited. I'm a co-lead for Facebook Developer Cycle. I'm passionate about community building, because community has actually been everything for me from my growth as a software, as a software engineer. I love open source. Yeah, open source has actually help us, like almost all developer, especially for Node.js developer, like it has actually helped us build different things. So my GitHub, you can find actually on Ahmad Abdulaziz and Dev Amaz, and my Twitter is also Dev_Amaz. So the first question is like, okay, why optimize your query? Like, okay, what's is optimizing query actually mean? So database query are actually very, very expensive, right? Database query are very, very expensive. So now imagine you have a record of millions of users, or let me just like as an example that I actually gave you, like millions of a record of pets, right, in your database, and you're actually trying to query a database to scan, like maybe to get a particular category of cats, right? What your database actually does, like, okay, to scan through each record on your database, then after scanning through all the records, then I kind of now categorize them into cats. That's what you actually try to query for, right? In MongoDB, we actually call this call scan, right? So the call scan is actually like kind of your worst case scenario that you can actually get, which is actually not good, because the more your database like kind of grow, right, the more time it's actually going to take for you to be able to get any data back when you. So just imagine you're just trying to get a user, right, and the user is the last person on your this one, so it has like kind of scan through a record, millions of records before actually getting that particular user. So you should always like kind of, when the more like if your database actually start growing, you should be thinking of, okay, how can you actually start optimizing it? So that's actually why for this talk. So optimizing your query, there are actually different ways you can optimize MongoDB query. You can start thinking of optimizing query from the way you actually model your database, from maybe from the way you model your database, from you can optimize database with sharing, but particularly today, right, I'll be focusing on optimization with index. which index actually, like, it's not only in MongoDB. Index is actually in almost like all, is like in all database, like both NoSQL database, and which is like, for example, MongoDB, and SQL database for maybe, let's say, MySQL or Postgres, right? So these are the list of the like kind of the things I'll be taking of under the index, because for index too, we actually have a lot of things. We have the index, we have compound index, we have like kind of a cover query, which is like kind of another type of way to optimize with index. We have the text search index. We have, then I'll be talking about, okay, you eliminating some of unnecessary index and using the explain plan. Okay. So the index, right? What index actually helps you to do, right? Index tells your data, like, it's kind of a data structure, right? That tells your database that, okay, I'll be querying for this particular thing, like often. Let's say, for example, now, let me use a user. As when you have a user on your database, you always, maybe if your user will always log in, you know that, okay, definitely you have like, your user always like kind of coming on the app every day to come and log in. So you should think of, okay, how can you actually tell your database that, okay, yeah, you'll be getting a user maybe by email every day. So it's just like a way of letting your database know that, okay, I'll be getting this kind of data. So help me with it's actually create a data structure for you to be able to get that, for you to be able to read that user fast from your database. So from what I have here, I say, okay, index are actually data structure that tells your database, I'm going to be querying these attributes and I want it fast. So, which means anytime I'm giving this kind of input, right, to the database, I want you to like kind of query it fast. And how it does that, okay, now instead of scanning through all your record on your database, it's just like, okay, now you're giving it a specific index that, okay, instead of scanning through everything one by one, scan through only the emails for you to be able to get me this record fast. And one of the like kind of the default for MongoDB, the default index we have for people that actually use MongoDB is the underscore ID. Like the ID in MongoDB is actually the default index. So when you're trying to search anything, you're mostly like kind of, okay, you're searching by the ID. That's give you like kind of a default index. We have other index, index, like the unique index. Let's say, for example, just the example I've been using, like the user, creating the user, right? For the user, you have email, and you want your email to be unique, although depend on what you're actually building. So, but most time, right, when you're using email as login, you want your email to be unique because you don't want multiple users, right, to actually have like multiple different users to use same email to as their login. So your email should be unique. So that unique that you actually make your email to is still another type of index in MongoDB. So how do you actually create an index? The syntax for creating an index is, okay, you have your index, that's the DB, then your collection name, which can be actually be users, just like example, then you create index. So the create index now is the method that kind of you're passing to your collection. So you pass the field and you pass 1. So the one, that's the value, the one value that actually pass here, right? It can be either 1 or -1. So which is telling you, okay, it can be either ascending order or descending order, depend on your use case, depend on what you're actually thinking of how to use it. If you want, if your use case is descending or your use case is actually ascending order. So that's how to create a index. Like, it's very, very simple and straightforward. To check, so now let's say, okay, now you're not sure that, okay, do you have actually index on a collection? You can check an index with get index. So when you pass the get index into a collection, the method into a collection, now it's actually going to display all the index you have on that particular collection. So that brings us to compound index. Compound index are comprised of several fields. Let's say, for example, right, you have let me still use a user I want to use an example that will actually flow with everything. So let's say I have a user and the user have a first name and it has a last name, right? Instead of like kind of creating index separately, you can kind of create like you're trying to even query both names, as well. You can write an index that will actually query against both names, which means like, okay, now you have, and you can have more than, for example, here I actually pass only first name and last name. You can have, for compound index, you can have multiple, a stream of, multiple fields now pass into your compound index. So that means, let's say, for example, now in age, age can actually be passed as an index too, depending on what you're querying for. Although later on the slide, I'll be actually explaining why you should not pass like kind of too much index, why you should not create too much index on your collection. So for create another good scenario, I want to like kind of paint a scenario why you might actually need a compound index, or how you should actually use compound indexes. And let's say, for example, right, we have schools and we have districts, right? So we can only have one school. We can have a school with a name, like let's say, for example, now I have school A in a district, right? I can have like two school A in a particular district, but you can have school A in district 1 and you can have school A in district 2, but you cannot have school A, two school A in one district, right? So that's another example of where you can. So now if you just choose like kind of to index the name of the, if you choose to index the name of the school, which is school A, right? It's going to affect school A in district 2. So another thing you can do is to use kind of compound index. So now when you're using compound index now, you're kind of saying that, okay, in district 1, right, school A. I hope that the analogy is a bit clear. So that's another place you can always like kind of use. And when you're using compound index, that kind of thing, then you should be thinking of, okay, which of the query is actually larger. So that would be the first. That means, like, for example, now I have first name here. Your district now will come first because it has a larger number before the schools. Okay, moving to the next slide. Then another way you can actually optimize your queries with cover query. So cover query are actually query that satisfy the entire, like using the entire index, right? That does not examine any document. What is actually simply saying is, okay, let's say, for example, now still using your user as a collection, still using your user collection, sorry. Let's say you have a user emails, right? And your emails is test@gmail.com. So you can pass another object, right, to your query now, saying that, okay, your email should be 1 because there's actually an index on the email, right? So the email will be 1, and your ID, because the ID too, just like what I said, is a default index on your MongoDB. So ID 0. So instead of now your MongoDB now trying to like kind of check index for both user and ID, and you don't actually really need them to check ID at that time, you can just pass that, okay, you want the index to be like kind of check on your email. So it's more faster for your, it's more faster now for your database now to like kind of check the index on your email and get the information you need out for you very fast. So that's what covered query, that means instead of like kind of running multiple index, you just like kind of pass a single index, which is the email that you already create an index for. So when you're querying it, you just pass it that, okay, make my email, this the 1 means okay, true, then the 0 here means actually false for ID. So now your database will not have to like kind of check index for both. And then text search. Text search, my own use case for text search was actually like, okay, you have a text, maybe for example, more of, okay, you're trying to search in your database. Yeah, you can use regex for this, but the problem with regex is you have to like kind of pass the regis is case sensitive, although yeah, it still depends on how you actually write that. So you have to like, for you to be able to get like kind of the best out of it, you have to like kind of pass the case sensitivity of index, and not even giving case sensitivity when you're passing index in MongoDB actually is one of the things that actually slow your query. So for you to get like your data fast out of it, you have to like kind of set the case sensitivity when using regis to search from your database. But MongoDB actually give us something we call the text search. The text search actually, let's say for example now you have a bio on your user data and you're trying to search for only, let's say, the word developer inside your user data on a particular field. The text search index actually help you to like kind of scan through that particular field and search for a particular word you're trying to look for. So instead of like kind of running through all your queries, since you've already, from the example I actually gave here, is like, okay, pass the create index into collection, then you call the field, which means the field I'm passing here is the bio. And the bio, I mean, okay, you should do a text search from here. Sorry, I think I have spelling error there. Okay, yeah, but you pass a text search. So now you're telling your database that, okay, I'm going to be searching a text from this particular field, bio. So that's actually a text search index. So anytime now from the example, anytime, let's say I'm trying to get a search of, okay, who am a user that has maybe developer in their bio, right? MongoDB it will be easy for MongoDB to actually run through users bio and say that, okay, yeah, in this sentence or in this like kind of specific in this sentence, do we have any user that has developer in their bio? So let's say for example you have like a long sentence. Definitely when you're writing bio maybe about what you do and everything. So it will be easy for MongoDB to just search through everybody and say that, okay, yeah, this particular user has developer in his bio. So text search to actually help you to like kind of query your DB fast, instead of like having to like write the regex. You have to like kind of figure out the case sensitivity and everything. Next is now this actually brings me to one thing that I like a lot of. I've actually made mistake myself, and a lot of developers that made this mistake is, okay, yeah, index are actually very, very good. Like it makes your query, helps you run your query fast and the rest. But index, the truth is index is very like it's expensive and it's resource intense. Just like what I say, it's not free. It's not free and it's resource intense. Yeah, it helps you read your query faster, but when writing, it's slow and it actually take more space on both on your RAM and on your disks. So if you're not actually using any index, don't just say that, okay, because index is very good, then you index all your fields on your query. That would be like this one would be super slow, because one, now you are taking more like for each index you take is taking space on your memory, because now it's more like, okay, reading from the memory. And actually for us, like index actually use MongoDB index use a bit tree set. So for every index you're creating, it's taking a memory, right, on your RAM. So if you create index for all your fields, so at the end of the day, that can actually make your database slow instead of being fast. So you should like kind of always check that, okay, sometimes don't even index your database like fast. You should have a use case before you just think of, okay, I can index this, or until your database actually grow to some extent, yeah, before saying that, okay, yeah, this is actually a good time for me to index it. But you don't, it's not, for me personally though, I don't think it's actually advisable for you to index database. Maybe you're just querying something that is less than maybe 1,000 data. Running index on that, I don't think it will actually give you any difference. But when you start having like kind of 100,000 millions of records, now you can start think, okay, now I can actually index. Indexing too early to might actually still might not give you what you actually, there won't be any difference. So since there's not any big difference, so there's no need of you for you to actually index too early. You can although you can have that thing that, okay, maybe when my records or when my data start scale or reaching this particular number, I started thinking of index. Or when you start noticing that, okay, maybe the query, let's say for example, you benchmark and you know that, okay, this particular query usually take at least maybe 5 seconds. Now, nothing is wrong with your DB, but now maybe nothing is wrong with your DB on your server, but now the query now takes maybe 10 seconds. What usually takes 15, then you can start thinking, okay, now maybe you have laser data for your database now to run through all your record. You can start thinking of, okay, how can I actually index this? So indexing too early might not actually give you anything from what your normal without running database without index will give you, or running query without index will give you. So don't just think of, okay, since index is a very good, it makes my query faster, let me index all my fields on my data. So for you to be able to check that, okay, what are the index you have on a collection, you can do get index and actually still check that, okay, do I really need index here? Do I really need index here? So anywhere you know that, okay, you have some indexes you're not using, you can just remove them. So for you to check the indexes on your collection, you can just like kind of pass the name of the collection and the get index method. And the last one is more of like MongoDB give you like kind of explain plan. So explain plan for what I have here, like working from the explain plan, MongoDB provide visual tools to help further improve understanding the indexes and provide intelligent and automatic recommendation on which index to add. So for MongoDB, right, you can pass the explain method to your query. So when you pass the explain method to your query, although they have different this one they actually parameters they actually take, but here you can use the execution start. That execution start actually give you like kind of if you're using the MongoDB UI, that's MongoDB Compass, right? You're going to, when you click on the explain, it's going to give you like the data and everything. You're going to see that. But when you pass this in your CLI, maybe just like, in your CLI, and you pass it's going to tell you that, okay, how your database is running the index, okay, is it call scan, which I just from what I mentioned the other time, call scan is like kind of the worst case scenario. That means the larger, I think that's log n, right? Log n, because the more your data grow, right, the more your query like start becoming slow. If your data is 100, that means it has to scan your record rather. It has to scan through it grows to millions, billions. So with the explain, right, is going to help you to check that, okay, you have index on this query. Do you actually need the index? Yeah. And it's actually going to tell you, okay, now you're using in the search now instead of cost. It's going to tell you the kind of query that's actually on the index. One example is the cost can actually say which that's like kind of the worst case scenario. It's going to give you if you actually have an index search there, or if there is an F index kind of stuff. So how that with the explain, right, is actually going to help you to tell you that, okay, on this particular collection, on this particular query that you actually run, this is the like kind of the execution statistic. These are it, or these are it as well. And actually, that's the last part, and that's how I actually think you can optimize your query, or the way you can actually think about optimizing your query when building when querying MongoDB. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Awesome presentation. Sorry, my camera decided to switch to a different mode. Yeah, awesome presentation, and Eid Mubarak Ahmed, and to everyone.
Same to you.
Everyone else celebrating. It's an exciting time. And I have a question here in the YouTube chat. It says there's a lot of people that are already used to SQL, and do you think it's going to be a big mental shift to switch from SQL to MongoDB? And how much of the experience with SQL can be transferred?
Hello? Sorry, how much? I lost you when you say how much what?
Yeah, how much of the experience that someone already has with SQL can be transferred to MongoDB? Is it a big mental shift?
For me personally, right, I actually start with which is relational database, like SQL rather, right? And moving to MongoDB, it's not actually a big mental shift. The only thing that when it comes to no SQL, right, is that, okay, now, just like what you said, like no structure, right? Sometimes you just like kind of, now you don't really have to like kind of have, like for MongoDB, for SQL, right, you have to structure all your data before, like you have to know that, okay, these are your data actually really going to work and how everything is structured. But for no SQL, which is something like MongoDB, right, you don't really have to have that mental, this one already. You can just like, okay, let me start with this, right? The more, maybe if your data, maybe when you need more fields, you can always add the field to it. Hello, are we together?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you can always add the fields now to that particular. So although I think for MongoDB or for SQL or no SQL, right, it actually depends on what you're trying to build. More of the time, like I usually use NoSQL like for startups. So why I say startup is like, okay, so startup requirements change all the time. Like it can change anytime. So sometimes when you don't really like kind of know that, okay, this is the main structure that you're trying to like kind of build this. So you can firstly like kind of, okay, yeah, let me use NoSQL for this because it allows you to like kind of throw. Yeah, and when I say NoSQL, doesn't mean that, okay, you don't have structure. Even though for MongoDB, for Node.js guys, we use like kind of Mongoose, right, to like kind of structure the way our data are being passed to this. But it's easy for you to like kind of just add more fields, add this compared to what compared to SQL, okay, right? Yeah. How do you map? So okay. I hope that answer your question.
Yeah, that's a very great answer. And I think basically it's more like when you don't have your whole structure figured out yet, NoSQL is the best option to use so that you can easily evolve based on how your requirements change.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you very much for your time. We don't have any other question in chat. So I guess we'll be proceeding to the next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. You're welcome.
Okay. I can go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next speaker is Jared. And Jared has 8 AWS certifications, and he has been using Terraform since 0.6. And he sent a pre-recording, so we are just going to be playing that. He's going to be speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
He's going to be speaking about lessons learned from taking organizations to the cloud. So if the recording is ready, just play that.
Awesome. I'll start the recording now.
Hey everyone, and welcome to my talk today. I'm going to be sharing some lessons that we've learned from taking organizations to the cloud over the past few years. Just a quick introduction about myself. My name is Jared Nordia. I'm a senior cloud architect specializing in security and enterprise cloud architecture. My research interests include security, privacy and disinformation. I've been using AWS since 2013, and for those of you that are aware, that's even before AWS organizations were a thing. I have a number of AWS certifications which I'm looking at increasing over the next year, and I've been using Terraform since version 0.6, which is about 5 years ago. My Twitter handle is @JaredNordia. And I work for a company called Synthesis. We're based in South Africa. We're a specialized software development and cloud consulting firm for the financial services and retail industries. We're also an AWS Advanced Consulting partner with close to 200 AWS certifications. We're also a partner of HashiCorp, where we help our clients use and adopt HashiCorp products, including Terraform and Vault. In this presentation, I'm going to be sharing some of the lessons that we've learned as we've gone through this journey with various customers, and I'm going to use examples from Terraform and AWS. However, a lot of these lessons apply to other cloud vendors as well. So if we look at why people go to cloud, typically this is for cost reduction, agility, efficiency, and innovation, typically all leading to faster time to market. When organizations start on this journey, they will typically craft an organizational strategy that will talk about how they will use cloud and whether they will use hybrid or multi-cloud, etc. Once this is in place, they will typically get their mindset in place to see how they will use cloud, and then they'll start kicking off engineering work for specific POCs or capabilities that they want to build in cloud. Once that's been completed, they will then focus on operationalizing these capabilities that they have built. Once that's complete, they would then look at building the next set of capabilities or challenges or application migrations that they need to do. However, what we see is many organizations only see the end goal of being in cloud, but don't think about the journey that they need to take their organization through. So they see the big mountaintop that they want to be on, but they don't think of how they can get the rest of the organization there as well. It's important to understand that cloud is different. The operating model is different from on-premise environments. Organizations that take their legacy on-premise practices and techniques and bad habits into the cloud will not reap the full benefits of cloud. Application teams also have more freedom and responsibility in cloud, and this often will cause potential misconfigurations that can have very serious security issues. A really good example is the use of internet gateways. So in an on-premise environment, somebody can't just randomly go plug a internet connection into your network. That would typically go through some kind of change process. However, in AWS, it can take a few seconds for somebody to provision an internet connection into a virtual private cloud environment. And this is something that we need to think about when we look at the controls that we need to put in place. So the first lesson that I'm going to be talking about is understanding the cloud operating model. So as organizations kick off with a project, they put various foundations in place, and then what we typically see due to an ineffective operating model, they typically stall after that. This typically happens when app teams are running in an environment before the environment is actually ready for them. So the cloud team often spends a lot of their time helping application teams rather than actually building the environment further. And in order to scale and grow, you need to have a proper operating model in place. And other things that can contribute to the lack of a good operating model is a lack of strategy and direction, a lack of a concrete roadmap, and no prioritization in place, typically from senior leadership. What we need to look at when we look at the target operating model is that as the various cloud projects will kick off, typically a cloud team will look after the platform and all of the shared network and security components, and the app teams will only look after the components that they need to look after. However, if the operating model is going to scale throughout the business, application teams need to take control over the platform as time progresses and as they increase their maturity in cloud. A cloud team will always be necessary to look after some of the more sensitive network and security components. And one of the things that we should always do is we should always strive for operational excellence. You can build the best golden horse for your organization, but if you can't run and operationalize it, it's not going to matter. So in order to achieve that, we need to look at how we do infrastructure provisioning. Unfortunately, many organizations use ticketing systems to provision infrastructure, which is often done manually. This leads to configuration drift between the various environments. And we can use infrastructure as code to enable this. So infrastructure as code is the practice of using code to describe infrastructure and services along with their respective configurations. This code is both human readable and machine consumable. We love using Terraform because it supports over 200 providers. Aside from AWS, some of our favorite providers that are supported is Vault, Cloudflare, and Datadog, because we also partners with them. This allows a lot of flexibility when configuring multiple cloud providers, SaaS tools, as well as other infrastructure tooling. So as you adopt Terraform Cloud and Terraform Enterprise, all of the Terraform code is typically managed in a workspace. So we would need to talk about how we're going to manage all of these workspaces. So a workspace will typically contain Terraform code to create resources as specified along with their respective configurations. So how you manage your workspaces is actually quite important and will have a big impact in how you operationalize your cloud environment as you grow. In this example, we have a sandbox environment, 3 dev accounts, as well as 3 production accounts. And typically what we've done in the past is we would create workspaces, one workspace for the cloud team and one workspace for the application team. And this works really well because it's nice and granular, it's isolated to a specific account, change control is quite easy, and account-specific customizations are quite easy as well. However, the disadvantage of this is that there's a lot of repositories to manage because each of these workspaces will have their own independent repositories, and making the same change on multiple workspaces can be quite painful. And there's also a license cost when you scale. So if you have 100 accounts, effectively you would have 200 workspaces. An alternative to this is to create one workspace for the entire cloud team, which spans multiple environments, and then have the app teams managing their own workspaces. And this still allows the app config to be isolated to a specific account, and changes made to the guardrails are centralized. There are fewer workspaces and repositories to manage, and there may be a cost saving. On the disadvantages of this model, the workspace can actually be quite easy to manage. However, changes now become quite difficult because making one change could affect multiple accounts as well as multiple environments, which could raise the risk of each change that you make. And when you have a workspace that's that large, plans and applies can actually take quite a long time across multiple accounts. And it's very difficult to make account-specific customizations in this model. An iteration on this model is to actually split the centralized workspace. So next we need to talk about misconfigured infrastructure. Security is one of the top concerns when organizations go to cloud, and services like Amazon S3, Elasticsearch, and databases often get a bad rep for being publicly exposed and misconfigured. If you read the news, you would have known about how many companies inadvertently expose their buckets to the internet without any access control. So one of the ways that we can actually address this is by using scaled learning. Scaled learning is the process of taking knowledge and sharing it throughout the rest of the organization. This knowledge would include how to go to cloud, what are the processes, what are the security policies, the links to resources, where to get help, as well as various architecture patterns, which we'll talk a little bit later on in this talk. And one of the ways that we can really unlock scaled learning in an organization is to componentize a lot of the infrastructure that we create. So Terraform modules can be created to describe these common architecture patterns and use cases, and these modules and configurations can then be approved by the organization. An example would be Amazon S3. So we might want to say that a bucket must not be publicly accessible. We want to restrict who can read and write the data, that all data must be encrypted at rest and by default, that all data must be owned by the bucket owner, and that buckets must adhere to specific naming and tagging policies, and we can use Terraform modules to do this. We can also create modules for every single service that we plan to use, so that developers don't need to be an expert in that service to use that service securely. And modules can be combined in various ways to form higher order modules that can allow app teams to go to cloud faster. When we look at how these modules can be structured, there's a number of popular ways to structure this. So on the left-hand side, you will see a pattern used by a lot of modules in the Terraform registry, where there's a main file, an output file, and a variables file. In the middle, we have a pattern that we actually use at our company, where we actually split the files into the different services to make it easy to look for where a specific resource is. If you have over 200 resources in your in a specific module or repository, this allows you to go to specific resources very quickly without spending a lot of time trying to search for it. If you do combine multiple modules together, then the pattern on the right is actually a nice way to do that, where you actually group some of the capabilities together and then name the files after that. And in order to really achieve scale appropriately, you need to look at building higher order modules. So in this example, I have an application that uses S3, EC2, it has a RDS database, it has CloudWatch logs, as well as it makes use of a certificate manager as well, and it's exposed to the internet, so it has an application load balancer and WAF and analytics, plus some glue jobs. So all of this will be created as separate modules, but we can create a higher order module to tie all of this together and to make it easier for application teams to go and deploy their applications in the cloud. So as the organization adopts this methodology, we need to look at how we manage modules and source code. It's really important as you scale that the cloud team has their own project. There's a separate project for modules, and each app team gets their own project as well. This can reduce a lot of conflicts and permission issues that may arise. So the way that this would typically work is that the cloud team would have their own set of modules, which would contain the guardrails and other common infrastructure needed in the environment to support shared services, enterprise tooling, and other operational technology environments. And the cloud team would then enable the application team, as well as authoring some of the first modules that will go into the module repository. By having modules in its own project, it makes it easy to discover these modules without the mess of having potentially everybody's repository in that. And as this then scales, application teams can consume these modules created by the cloud team, but they should also be able to contribute their own modules back into the ecosystem. And this is one of the key things that organizations can do in order to grow and scale appropriately in cloud. Once these modules have been created, the next step is to create patterns, and these patterns would contain a brief overview of a certain construct. They'll describe who will use it and what challenges and decisions were made. They will talk about organizational policy, how logging and monitoring requirements are done, any costs involved, how it is implemented, and a link to the Terraform code, which would link to the module that was committed to the repository. If it's an operational technology service, typically there should be an architecture pattern which talks to how it's implemented in that environment, and then there should be a usage pattern which application teams can use to use the service in an easy way. When we start looking at architecture diagrams that should form part of these patterns, these architecture diagrams should be standardized in the organization. They should use standard iconography from the cloud provider that they use. So if they're using AWS, they should use the stenciling provided by AWS. However, one of the common challenges with architecture is the granularity to which it goes down. And one of the ways that you can address that concern is by using the C4 model, which was actually designed for software architecture, but can be retrofitted for infrastructure as well. So you can have a high-level overview of what a specific service or infrastructure does, and then you can break it down into its components as needed. So ideally, all decisions should be documented and stored in a central repository, which can either be on source control, Confluence, an internal wiki, or on SharePoint. I really like the fact that the UK government, for example, which is the example on the left, they actually have all of their decisions in source control, and the link is at the bottom of the slides if you would like to go look at it. And all of these patterns should then go to an architecture review board to be approved. So a few things to consider is that generally speaking, developers want to build applications and not manage infrastructure, and infrastructure people typically want to manage infrastructure and not have to worry about code. However, in the new way of working, the cloud poses a few problems to this model. A common challenge in the cloud journey is that developers are bad at creating and managing secure infrastructure, and for the lack of a better term, IT pros who come from the legacy on-prem world are used to managing things through portals and console and are not good at managing things through code. So a concerted effort needs to be made to do knowledge transfer between these groups, and scaled learning can be used to facilitate that. IT professionals should learn how to use Terraform along with best practices around version control, and when they do this, they can actually start contributing in a meaningful way to the organization. So the next lesson we're going to talk about is enabling self-service. Often there's a tension between the cloud team and application teams with regards to permissions and who does what. And often there's a dependency on the application teams to the cloud team. So we really need to look at how we can enable self-service in an organization. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, we really need to focus on how we build the cloud operating model. And often an ineffective operating model can have very serious consequences for growing and scaling the organization in cloud. And one of these things is around how you do change management. So a lot of organizations have a multi-step process that can often take 1 to 2 weeks to actually complete. And this will not scale well in cloud. So organizations that take their legacy workflows and processes to the cloud will not reap the full benefits of cloud. So in order to succeed in cloud, you need to change your operating model to adopt new techniques that can fill the compliance and regulatory requirements while enabling your team to deliver good software in a cloud environment. And one of the ways to do this is to not make large changes, but rather lots of small changes that are constantly being integrated into the environment. A good key performance indicator is to measure how often changes are made to production and how long these changes took to get there. And it should be a goal to try get the number of changes as high as possible while getting the time to production as low as possible. One of the common challenges that we see is around firewall rules. So firewall rules can easily be managed through Terraform, because most of the major vendors are supported by Terraform, and then you can actually use source code mechanisms, for example, branching and merging, to actually do change management. So for example, if somebody wanted to enable a certain firewall rule, they can create a feature branch, make the changes that they need to, and then create a pull request with an approval process, which can then be reviewed by the respective teams, and then that can then be merged back into the main branch, which can automatically be applied by a Terraform workspace, or can be applied manually if a specific change window is needed. And then the last lesson that I would like to share is how we can shift security to the left. So by using modules with approved configurations, we can actually start improving the security posture early on in the development lifecycle, as opposed to doing security as an afterthought. One of the other things that can be done is to create an image pipeline with known good configurations and security agents as needed in order to do that. And the sooner we can get such capabilities into the development lifecycle, the better our security posture would be. Terraform also supports policy as code. So if you're using Terraform Cloud or Enterprise, you can use Sentinel to enforce module usage and cost optimization in the organization. Sentinel allows for fine-grained permissions and condition-based policies, and these policies can be versioned and controlled through source control as well. You can also look at using HashiCorp Vault, which is a secrets management tool. So applications that need to create credentials to access certain services or infrastructure, and this needs to be secured, something which HashiCorp Vault can do. Some of the common use cases for it include PKI for certificate issuance, as well as tokenization of data. In closing, some of the lessons that we've spoken about is the cloud operating model, infrastructure as code, componentization and scaled learning, where you build reusable modules in your organization, how you can enable self-service in your organization, as well as thinking about how you can move security left. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Awesome. That was a very exciting presentation. Two things that I took out from the presentation are making small iterations over having to make large changes to your code base. Then another thing that really stood out for me is shifting left with security. A lot of organizations make the mistake of waiting till the end for quality assurance and other people to come in and the security team to come in. But when you shift left, you are able to ensure that security is part of the whole process right from the beginning. Yeah, before we proceed to the next session, we're already 2 hours in. If you are sitting, stand up a bit, let's stretch and make sure we're in good shape. If you're standing, maybe you should sit for a couple of seconds. Yeah, let's grab a glass of water and hydrate before we start the next session. We don't have any questions, but if you have any questions, please drop them in the YouTube chat. Jared is dev to answer your questions. So I think, Busaya, we can start onboarding the next speaker, right?
Yeah, we can. So the next speaker is Promise. Promise works with the Venture Garden Group, DGG, in Lagos, Nigeria, and he works as a DevOps engineer. And today is going to be talking about how to provision Kubernetes using Terraform on Azure. Promise, are you up yet? You're breaking up, but I can.
Yeah, we can hear you, but the network is a bit messed up. You sound robotic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you better now. Hello, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, but there's a lot of noise.
I can hear very well. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better, but still there's a lot of noise. Oof. Wi-Fi and internet can really be a mess. I was actually also disconnected like twice during the last 2 hours, so it's really understandable.
Oh, you have to adjust twice. I think my
I think it's better now. Promise,
is
can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, I think we can hear you clearly now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, cool. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rob, for the amazing session. Thank you, Busayo. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you everyone for having me. And thank you for everyone present here. I'll be taking us through provisioning Azure or provisioning Terraform on Azure using provisioning Kubernetes on Azure using Terraform.
Are you sharing your screen yet? Before you start.
I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, cool. Can you see that now?
It's probably coming up.
Not yet.
Let me try it. I'm just going to change this.
Yeah, it's coming now. Yep, it's up. Awesome. So take it away.
All right, cool. So I'm Promise, a DevOps engineer adventure diving group. You can find me on Twitter, Promise Preston. I'll walk us through provisioning Kubernetes clusters with Terraform in Azure. It's going to be a practical session. What you're going to learn, you understand Azure Cloud. Am I audible? Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So you understand Azure Kubernetes service, understand infrastructure as code, understand Terraform as an infrastructure tool, understand the tools employed in infrastructure provisioning, understand how Terraform is used for infrastructure provisioning, and then you understand the benefits of Terraform over other infrastructure provisioning methods. So Azure Cloud is more like you have Amazon Web Services, you have Google Cloud Platform, DigitalOcean, Heroku, and all. It's a cloud it's a cloud service from Microsoft. So they offer infrastructure as a service products, platform as service products, and then software as service products as well. So this is a tour of Azure Cloud services. You have services for integration, services for compute, developer services, data, hybrid cloud, networking, and you have all of that. Then what is Kubernetes? I'll just walk through explaining. Right now, you have companies running a lot of containers in cloud using Docker, using containerd, and all. You come to a point where you need to be able to spin up these containers for each of these. You need to spin up servers for each of these containers to run. You also have times where you want to keep those containers based on demand, based on traffic, based on request, and also that's where Kubernetes actually helps a lot. So it helps you scale your infrastructure so well. You would have different pods and nodes. So you look at a node as a server, that you have your server, and then you have different pods units for Kubernetes. So you look at each of the applications or services running in different pods. These pods, you could have a node running in an availability zone. Different, you'll have other ones running in different availability zone, and then you have other ones running in different zone, depending on how you set up your cluster. You have your main control plane. This is where you have your API server against, you have your scheduler and all. So that is like to use be like a control room. So that's where requests are being sent, and then they are set to the nodes. Components explained here. You have your API server. So you have your kubectl. Your kubectl is like you used to send information to the kube API server. So when you make requests to your Kubernetes cluster, all it does is and able to pass it down to whichever node needs that information or needs that change or request. And then talk about Azure Kubernetes services. You have your databases as services. That's the same way you have Azure Kubernetes as a service on Azure.
Ouch, I think we just lost Promise. Let's give him a few minutes to see if he's able to join us back. We're just discussing about how internet can really be a disappointment, and unfortunately, it has happened to Promise. Yeah, awesome. I think he's, yeah, also, I think subsequently, the recording of the talk will still be uploaded, and even if you've missed any parts, you'll still be able to watch them. Yeah, Promise is back. Let's, Promise, are you with us? Promise, you are muted in case you are speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
So where did I stop? I think you guys missed me. I've been talking for a while.
Wow. I think you were, I can't remember specifically where, but you were still talking about, you were still on the first slide, I guess.
Wow. Okay, I think I really had some issues with my network.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounded robotic for a couple of it, but yeah, you can just take it from the first slide where you were still talking about Kubernetes and so on.
Okay, can you see my screen again now?
Yes, I can see your screen. Yeah, you can take this. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Network can disappoint you when you least expect. So if you can go back a bit, yeah, if you continue back. I think I still remember the slide. If you can still go back.
Did I stop here? Did I stop here?
Hello, can you still hear me? Hello? No need to apologize. It's very understandable.
Network is sort of like not.
I can hear you very well.
You sound robotic. We can barely. Yeah, I think it's much better now.
Really have a lot of issues.
Yeah, don't worry, from just relax. Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Do your thing.
Okay, I don't know where.
Yeah, definitely we can always record.
You can just start with what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I agree with Busayo. Just proceed from where you are comfortable. Oh, I think we just lost him again. So we'll definitely record the talk subsequently, maybe on a later date with him if we are unable to get him back or unable to use all of the time we have. Then we can, and it will be uploaded subsequently so that everyone can be able to review it. So let's give him a few seconds to see if he's able to join back with us. So in the meantime, everyone, you can still tweet about the event using the hashtag HashiTalks. And also, you can tweet about where you are joining us from. I'm currently in Bauchi, northeastern Nigeria. And I think Busayo is in Lagos, southwest Nigeria, right?
Yes, yes.
So share with us in the chat where you're joining us from, and also with flag emojis.
I think I just have to record my session and send it.
Okay, yeah.
I
Since
think I will just have to record the sessions.
yeah, sure, no problem. You can record and send. If
I can't even hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
So sorry.
Oh, no worries. You can see your chats. No need to apologize. You can definitely record and share with us subsequently. It will be uploaded. We can hear his keyboard, but he can't hear us, I guess. No worries, promise. You can send in the recording and it will be uploaded subsequently. So we have quite a lot of people joining us. We have people from Lagos. We have Rob is joining us from the UK. And yeah, you can drop us in the chat where you are joining us from and be able to share with flag emojis, and let's make the chat. Since we have a bit of time before the next session, let's make the chat exciting and have fun while we prepare towards the next session. So also we will be handing over in a few minutes to the next two MCs that will be anchoring the remainder of the event. Fidel and Rob, are you ready to join us? At least we'll have some fun with the remaining 18 minutes before the next session starts.
How's everyone doing?
Yeah, good. Fidel, we are in the same city, right? Bauchi, I guess.
Yeah. Let anyone know.
So awesome.
So we have 3 Nigerians co-MCing this and 1 Ghanaian based in the UK.
Yeah, at least I'm a Nigerian based in Nigeria. If this was done last week, I would have been a Nigerian based in the Netherlands. So.
No, it's awesome to join you all. Awesome to join you all.
Awesome to have you. I think so far we've had very great talks. I really enjoyed the Sal's talk about the SLO. I think it even came at the right time because the SLO conference is around the corner, and this gives like a good primer to those who probably, for example, I know of SLAs, I know of a lot of other terms. SLO came like, okay, what's the O again? So, and with the current discussions happening on Twitter, it's really exciting to have those insights that they shared earlier.
Definitely. And what I would say is the content of the talk was, to me, mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But also, let's just give Sal a round of applause on her delivery of that talk. It was one of the best talk deliveries I've ever seen.
That's awesome.
It was really, 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 really good. So we have some time. So maybe just tell us a bit about yourself. So Basayo, I think we're Twitter buddies, aren't we? So let's meet officially.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm a software engineer based in Lagos, Nigeria. I do more of software engineering than DevOps actually currently. For me, I do both. And my stack is C# .NET Core. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And by the way, I love your shirt that your wife made for you.
Thank you. Just in case anyone can't see it, let me just stand up a little bit.
Oh, nice. Nice.
My wife made that for me last night.
That's colorful.
Oh yeah, I was gonna wear kente cloth, but I couldn't dig it out in time. So how about you, Abubakar? So you're at GitLab, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a developer evangelism program manager at GitLab. That's usually a mouthful. Yeah, most of my role involves helping my team, who are composed of developer evangelists, to speak about cloud native technologies, Kubernetes, and a lot of other things. But I'm also a software engineer. I do quite a lot of web development, but lately I've transitioned into DevOps. A lot of Kubernetes. I'm a certified Kubernetes administrator, and And a bit of announcement. I was yesterday inducted into as a cloud native CNCF ambassador, which thank you. So it happened. I saw the mail yesterday, so it was exciting. So I do a lot of cloud native ecosystem, and we actually held the Kubernetes community in Africa first of such events last week or last 2 weeks. I think I'm missing up the dates now. So it's yeah, exactly. Busaya also spoke at the event, which was awesome. So that's basically me. Normally I'm based in The Hague, Netherlands, but I'm currently visiting family in Bauchi, northeastern Nigeria.
Awesome. And now let's introduce my fellow co-host, Fidel, one of my other buddies from social media. How you doing, buddy? How you doing?
I'm great. It's been an amazing section. Abubakar and Busayo that's the buy so hard. I don't know if you meet up with their standards works.
I'm sure you do better. I'm sure.
For me, I'm a quality engineer. I work with a company called Servix. It's based out of Belgium, but I'm in Nigeria, so I'm working remotely. I'm an open source advocate, a community guy. I think that's me. I'm like a very boring person, nothing fun. Apart from the occasional trolling of people, like Abubakar here, I troll him a lot, and I've always loved. I also lead the HashiCorp community user group in Bauchi. That's the hub. So for those that don't know about it, HashiCorp has a community where they organize with people with similar interests come together, organize tech talks and stuff. So this is me. I'm representing hogs, all hogs in Africa and stuff. So if you're interested about it, you could reach out to me, and myself and Katie would help start up a hog for you in your state, country, or state, or wherever you are. That's me. So back to you, Rabs.
Awesome. And also just another thing I'd like to point out, I saw it on a picture on social media that are you an Arsenal fan?
Yeah, like I'm a diehard Arsenal fan, like big time Arsenal fan.
So you enjoy pain. That's probably why you're into engineering, right? It's painful.
Wow, that's savage. You sound like Manchester United fan. Or
I'm a Liverpool fan, so at the moment I'm going through pain too. So.
Either Manchester or Liverpool, like you guys, you always speak on us. Not fair.
Awesome. So to anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Rob, also known as DevOps Rob in the community. I am a senior developer advocate here at HashiCorp. So my role is, I guess, kind of similar to Abubakar, except I think with developer advocacy, I guess there's a lot of room to kind of make the role your own. Like I don't really believe two developer advocates are the same. So the kind of stance I take on it is I'm very security focused. So I try to do my best to lower the barrier to entry for developers when it comes to security, because security is hard to implement in your applications. We heard Jared's talk earlier on and some of the lessons they learned using modules to shift security left. And these are things that, you know, without people like myself trying to understand how we can make things repeatable and make things more secure and easier to secure, just wouldn't be possible. So that's kind of my mission. It's something I'm really, really passionate about. So anyone that wants to chat security or just the whole tech stack in general, because, you know, security touches everything, I'm always here to engage. And that's pretty much me. I'm on social media, as you probably guessed from this roundtable, impromptu roundtable. Very active on that.
So if you're a fan of video games, I think you should follow Rob. He does amazing things on Twitch and YouTube. I think you should put that out a lot.
He's
Nice.
He's bending the truth there a little bit. I'm average at best when it comes to gaming, but I do game a lot. I'm like Arsenal when it comes to gaming, and Liverpool this season.
Hey, hi everyone. Can you hear me?
That's not fun. I promise.
So what do you all do in your spare time? So obviously you figured out that gaming is one of my passions. What do you all do in your spare time? Let's start with Abubakar.
I think I'm similar to Fidel, aside from the football. I'm a boring person, but lately I've always wanted to be a pilot, so I've been playing a lot with X-Plane 11, so flying a Cessna virtually. At least I can call myself a virtual, remote or virtual pilot, I guess. When it comes to football, I have no idea what is happening on the pitch. When people talk about football, I know, yes, 11 on this side, 11 on that side. There's a goalkeeper, the ball moves around, it enters the net, and they score. But I have no idea about anything else. So, so video games, in terms of video games, I've been playing Sniper Elite on Google Stadia lately. I've also been playing Hitman. Yeah, I think those are the ones I Mortal Kombat once in a while using Scorpion. I always like using Scorpion. Or what's the name of this other guy? Liu Kang. Yes, exactly. So those are the things I do in terms of fun. But in Nigeria here, at least I'm able to visit people, move around safely with the COVID situation. But back in the Netherlands, I'm always indoor. So I'm a boring person.
So you and I have something in common, because actually when I was a kid, it was my dream to be a pilot. I wanted to actually join the Air Force, and then my dad told me, to anyone that doesn't know, I'm deaf in my left ear. So my dad told me that, yeah, I'm not going to pass the medical because of my deafness. So I should look for other dreams, you know. But here I am now. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because I've been looking at, is it called Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at potentially getting that. It's expensive though, but yeah.
Yeah, you can start with X-Plane 11 and get a Trustmaster small controller and start there. From there, you can then upgrade to other things. Yeah.
It's a very expensive hobby to enjoy over time. But if you have X-Plane 11, there's actually a setting on there that I used to play all the time. Do you know that you can fly any aircraft that you have available? You can fly it in Mars. Like,
wow,
they have a setting, and like, I have never successfully landed a plane. You just sort of like start flying on Mars, and then like the screen just goes red, and you're like, I assume that was a storm. I assume. But it's like a really interesting way of like, especially if you're trying to like understand, like watching your controls, like doing it in a setting where you literally like don't know what up and down is, right? Is a really cool way to fly your plane. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, talking about crashing, it took me a while to get to understand how to fly autopilot of a Cessna on X-Plane. So sometimes I spend hours holding the control to make sure I'm steady and still flying before I finally learned how to use autopilot. And I was like, okay, just set the course and just sit back, relax, and enjoy it fly.
It's sort of like a terraform, plan, and apply, right?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's funny how I also play a lot of Mortal Kombat as well. I think I lately picked it up, and I think it can be very like you can get so obsessed with it most times, trying to like grow your characters, like the ability of your characters, and then getting new characters, trying to add more cards to them, trying to level them up and all. So yeah, I think it's very amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry, my network just got me all messed up.
Yeah, no worries. I think I think there was a time I wanted to show off to my wife. I brought a PS3 home with Mortal Kombat, gave her the second part, thinking I would really trash her. And she took the pad and we just press random buttons. And I was struggling to
I'm laughing because I can relate.
To even take a stand with her, because she just presses any button and almost every time she defeats me.
I could definitely relate.
The funny thing about it is, if you do more of attacks, then I think you likely win. If you do more of attacks, so she's probably attacking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if you do more of attacks, you probably win. Other than just sitting back and trying to defend. So yeah.
Also, just want to say thanks very much for hanging out with us as well, promise. I'm sorry the Wi-Fi didn't quite work out for us today, but we'll figure something out. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. It's good to kind of see your face and hear your voice and, you know, just chat.
Sure.
I really like that.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Nice background, by the way.
Okay, so I had to come to the. Oh, my network is still breaking.
No worries.
Wi-Fi could be the enemy of progress.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll send you my recording. I'll work with Casey to that. I'm so sorry.
Oh, please don't apologize. It happens.
Not at all.
Honestly, it happens. Happens to all of us.
Yeah, I was once on a live session interviewing someone once, and the battery of my modem just died out. I just went offline. More like you are looking at two people in a live stream, and I just went offline. Thankfully, I was about messaging one of my colleagues that, okay, I think my Wi-Fi is about to go out. And almost immediately she took over. It was like, okay, what's happening? But I was prepared for it, so it was easy to just transition. So it happens to everyone. Network can disappoint you at any time. So it's very okay.
I mean, I'll even share a story. Just we've got a few minutes before the next talk starts. So in my final stage interview for HashiCorp, I was given a demo, and my demo just completely failed, and I couldn't understand why. To the point where the people interviewing me were helping me troubleshoot what the issue was, and it turned out my internet had just gone. I was like, I left there thinking, that's it. I had the job, and now I don't have it anymore. But here I am today.
The same thing happened to me on my last. I think almost the same thing with yours. I was interviewing. It was the last interview with the CEO of GitLab. More like that's when the offer will be given and so on. I was like, the internet was not just having it with me. I had to step out of my apartment, hold my phone in the air, put the earpiece so that I can continue the rest of the interview. That was literally how I completed the whole thing, with my hand in the air.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. I think I remember a few years ago when I was interviewing for GitLab, and during the test phase, Airtel went down, my mobile went down. I was literally just stranded, and then I just feel like we don't have enough internet until you have all internet in the world. There's not enough internet. So it happens to the best of all of us.
Definitely.
Okay, yeah. Thanks everyone. I'll say my stuff again.
Awesome. So I guess we should start getting ready for the next talk. So, you know, just to remind you, I want to thank Abu Bakar and Basayo for the amazing job that you both have done so far hosting. Looking forward to hanging out with both of you for the rest of the day. Just quickly before you go as well, we are going to be doing a recap live stream a bit later on the HashiCorp Live Twitch page. So definitely, if you can hang out, we're just going to kind of talk through some of the things that we've discussed today and just basically just relive the moments a little bit more. So definitely check that out. So I just want to say a big thank you and well done on a brilliant job by both of you. And it's now going to be over to myself and my fellow co-host, Fidel. So Fidel, shall we get you to introduce the next speaker? And if everyone else can switch off their cameras and microphones as well, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Oh, Fidel, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, that happens to the best of us too.
Yeah, so thanks, Rob, for handing the mic over, and welcome to the second section. This is the afternoon section for those of us within the WAT time zone, and I know it's lunchtime for those in the EAT time zone. So to kick off this section, we're going to be having a recorded section by Victor Brown. She's an open source design contributor, a member of the Sustain OSS Working Group, Federa's Diversity and Inclusion Group, and she also writes on Medium. I would give Mike, Rob, can you share your screen and we'll play the video. So as usual, if you have any questions, please drop them on the YouTube channel and have fun.
Well, hold on. Let me just make sure it's actually sharing the audio. Give me a second. I'll stop sharing for a second. There we go. And we should be good to go. So start again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victory Brown, and I'm a user experience designer based in Nigeria, and I'm also an open source design contributor. But today I won't be talking about open source. I will be talking about designing for everyone, the curb cut effects. It is using the curb cut effect to make a design that is universal, a design that works for everybody, despite your age, ethnicity, gender, where you base, and what type of device you use. Well, today's talk, I'll be highlighting what the curb cut effect is, who founded it, how it got started. I'll be talking about accessibility, what it is to design and what it is generally, the different types of disabilities for web users, and how users with disabilities use and engage with your products, how to conduct interviews with disabled users, and finally, how to be inclusive and accessible in our designs. What is the curb cut effect? Well, generally, it is a small ramp which is built into the curb of a pavement to make it easier for people using pushchairs or wheelchairs to pass from pavement to the road easily. This is how it is recorded in the dictionary. But originally, it was founded in the 1970s by a scholar named Hale Zuckers. He was one of the members of the IML, and he came up with a curb cut to assist students or people with wheelchairs to access the campuses easily. He stayed in Berkeley, California, and they had lots of pavements, but with the use of the curb cut, it was easy for people with wheelchairs to move easily, go home, and avoid the road. Now, with time passing, the curb cut effect has spread out to a wide range of uses. It is used by mothers with their kids on chairs, used by car services. It's used, I'm sure you must have used the curb cut once or twice with your shopping carts. It's easy for movement. So over time, it has been generalized and has become a universal design. This is what the curb cut effect is. What then is accessibility and accessible design? Well, UXers use the term A11Y to describe accessibility. 11 is the 11 characters in between A and Y. And accessibility is the extent to which your product can be used by a wide range of users of different disabilities, even those that don't have disabilities. It is making your design open to everybody. Now, disabilities have different forms. We have temporal disabilities, situational disabilities, and permanent disabilities. Now, for somebody with a permanent disability, it means the person was born that way. You can come with a permanent visual impairment, which means you were blind from birth, or temporal. You had an eye surgery and you can't see for now, or situational, wherever you are, it's dark, you can't use your phone, you need the brightness. So those are situational disabilities for people with visual impairments. Now, designing for accessibility means you're taking into consideration diverse user sets, different people that come to your websites, you take in their needs and their frustrations, and you try to solve them digitally. Now, what are the different types of disabilities? As I said earlier on, we have visual disabilities. Now, these are users that suffer from visual impairments. According to the World Health Organization, there are over 285 million persons that identify with visual impairments, which means some may be blind, some may have color blindness, some may have other disabilities that affect their eyes and seeing for that moment. Now, how do you design for these people? How do you put in their needs into consideration? Now, for people with visual disabilities, you have to consider your font color, your font contrast, your layout, the font size. When you take these things into consideration, it means you're being accessible in your design, you're being thoughtful, you're being inclusive. Now, auditory disabilities have to deal with a certain level of deafness, which is being exhibited by the user. But people with auditory disabilities are not so much on the internet because most of the internet is made up of web, visual, and aesthetic content, which means there are more of write-ups and all that. But technology has advanced recently, and a lot of people are pushing more video content to the internet. We have more videos on YouTube, music videos, TV show, Netflix, and chill. So people with auditory disabilities now have to use your websites or have to use your apps. How do you put their needs into consideration? Well, for starters, the use of captions, closed captionings, subtitles. If you consider these features, it means you're being accessible, you're being inclusive in your design. Now, using the curb cut effect, the use of closed caption can work for anybody with auditory disabilities, whether temporal, situational, or permanent. For instance, you might be in a bar and you're trying to catch up with football content and everybody's, happy and making noise, but you need to focus at that point on what you're watching. The use of subtitles, the use of closed captions can work. Now, for video content that are not necessarily in the native user's language, the use of subtitles can work for everybody. Now we move to cognitive disabilities. Well, cognitive disabilities are not so much on the internet because there are no guidelines that guide designers on designing for people with cognitive disabilities. Cognitive disabilities are more mental. It has to do with people with low attention span, people with anxiety. So to capture their interests, you need to make your website more focused. You have to work on your layouts. Think of hierarchy. Put the most important information there to capture their attention. Use the latest fonts that are in relation or correlation to the web accessibility initiatives to guide users with cognitive disabilities. You can add features like restart, which means a user doesn't have to, fill forms over and over again whenever they come to your website. You can have like a save details feature so that whenever they come, it can automatically update their system. Also, the use of assistive technologies. Well, the use of assistive technologies is the way in which users with disabilities use your products in order to enjoy or have a good user experience. Assistive technology, rather, is a term given to assistive or adaptive and rehabilitative devices for people with disabilities. The use of wheelchairs are assistive technologies. They help people move about from one place to the other. Hearing aids help people with hearing issues to hear properly. Now, for web, there are assistive technologies that help users on the web, which are speech inputers like Siri. Hey Siri, open Apple Music, and Siri does it. That's a use of assistive technology. Now, Siri is used by different users, whether you have a disability or not. It's a feature that we all enjoy. There are other assistive technologies for the web, like screen readers, the voice messaging, and all that. These are assistive technologies that are being used by disabled users in order to help them enjoy or have a better user experience. Now, how do you conduct interviews for users with disabilities? Well, for starters, you adapt the interview workflow to be more inclusive. You send out a research question prior to the interview, asking these users what would be the most favorable approach to their interview? Would they want somebody else that they know to be close to them? Imagine interviewing somebody with autism. The person is not familiar with you. You would need to have somebody there that he or she is familiar with to make the person comfortable. Or you search for other interview processes that are more accessible to the user with disabilities. Next, you understand legal protections for users with disabilities. If you're not familiar with designing for users with disabilities, well, you need to check out the Americans with Disabilities Act, Standards for Accessible Designs, and the Web Accessibility Initiative. These are all programs designed to guide designers to design accessibly or inclusively for users of different ranges. Next, you deal with your bias. What are biases? Biases are personal thoughts that affect the way you think, or maybe based on your background, based on your experience, your ration to think in a particular way. You have to deal with it when designing for users with disability. Consider other interview formats. Now, for users that are disabled, let's say physically, that are not able to move from their house to your organization or where the interview is being conducted, it's advisable that you take into thoughts other interview formats like online interviews, send out questionnaires, you have a video call to make them feel more inclusive. Now you allow them bring their own assistive technology. Like I mentioned earlier, assistive technologies are those technologies that enable users with disabilities to interact well with your products. So you can allow them come with their own assistive technology. Next, you give additional time. To make them feel more included in your design, you have to go about asking them questions and make sure you understand these questions that you have asked. And if, for instance, you do not understand, it is advisable that you book another session to continue the interview, or you exceed the time, increase it for them to further explain themselves, explain their frustrations, and for you to further understand what they're saying. Now, remember, when designing for people with disabilities, you have to remove your assumptions. Do not assume that this feature will be useful for them. Always ask them, get to know their needs, empathize with these users to find out what their problems are. Next, how to be more inclusive and accessible in design. Now, for UX designers and all designers alike, you have to think of your audio and visual content. Now, for audio creators and video creators, think of videos, the clarity, think of adding subtitles, think of the speed. These are all ways to think of accessible designs when you're considering audio and visual content. What layouts are you using? What's the structure of your website? Does it conform with the Website Accessibility Initiative? Have you researched to find out what layouts would be good for these kind of users who you are designing for? Consider animation. What is the process in which your user interacts with your website? How does this screen move to this screen? How does this feature, what's the drop down like? What's the movement like? These are things that you need to consider when being accessible and inclusive in design. Considering your font size, color, and style. Some fonts are aesthetically pleasing, but they are not workable for websites. So consider fonts that are websites, how do I put it, that conform with your website or your brand, that are inclusive and accessible, that users with disabilities can see and still understand. You have to use more, check out your sans and your sans serif font styles, and color, your font colors. Use colors that are closer to real life, like red, for instance. Red signifies danger, cancel. So whenever you have to do with issues of not working, error, you know the colors that work, you know your font style. Now, the structure and the layout of your website, does it conform with the Disability Act? Does it conform with inclusive designs. What structure are you using? What layout are you using for your website? Do users come to your website and are confused on how to go about their next action? These are things to consider. So for this to be workable, you need to conduct what they call usability testing. You need to gather a wide range of users with disabilities and those without disabilities to test and see what features are helpful and which features you should not put in your website. What is the readability like? All of these features prior to readability all arrange themselves to form a readable website. Is your website accessible? When I come to your website, how do I perceive it? Am I able to go about all of my tasks? Am I able to complete the tasks that I want to use? So these are all the things to consider when making an accessible or inclusive design. Well, I'm happy you stayed to the end of this talk, and I do hope you've gathered a lot to help you in being more accessible in your design, because design is going global. The world is going global and technology is taking place. People are becoming more digital. So in order to increase users, increase profits, you need to be more human and user-centered in your design. Being more accessible and designing according to website accessibility standards help you to be more inclusive and human-centered, which brings more users to your website, which increases profits and customers. So thank you for coming to this talk. As you are more inclusive to the needs of your users, you will create a more accessible design for all users. Thank you.
Wow, that's an amazing one. Thank you, Brown, for that. Rob, do you have questions?
So I was so engrossed in the talk, I wasn't even keeping an eye on the chat properly. Let's have a quick look. While I look for questions, I'm just going to make a comment. I actually put this in the chat as I was listening. Hearing everything that Victory said, it makes me equate what they were talking about to security, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm going to reference Jared's talk again, where he mentions that we should shift security left. We have to be thinking about this at the very beginning of the design phase, right? It's also true when you start to think about being inclusive. When we're looking at people with disabilities, whatever those disabilities are, how can we be inclusive? We need to be thinking about these things from the very beginning. So it's just funny how you can kind of equate that topic to something that probably we're a bit more familiar with. But this is something, I mean, I remember reading the proposal and voting for this one here. And this is something that I have never heard anyone speak about before, but it's something that I know we should be thinking about. So great presentation, Victory. Thank you so much for doing that. Let's have a quick look in the chat. So I know what the curve cut effect is. Yeah, we don't have any questions. So I don't know if we have Victory online, if they want to come on. Do we have Victory?
Yeah, hi Rob. Hi Fidel.
Amazing. So thank you, firstly, for an amazing talk. Like I was just saying to Fidel, I think it's something that, you know, I listen to talks all the time. I go to places and I speak to a lot of people, and I've never heard anyone speak on this subject. But as someone who's deaf in one ear, it's something that, you know, it sits close to me, right? So I guess my question for you is, what inspired you to give this talk? Like, what was it that kind of compelled you to have to almost be like a pioneer here? Because like I say, people don't speak about this, right? So you are like definitely pioneering things here.
Yeah, I kind of grew up with my granddad, and he's 8 years old, but he refuses to get help from anybody. So he controls his phone, his cards, and all of it. And then sometimes it's hard for him to, work with these devices, because he forgets sometimes how to go about navigating the interface. And I see him struggle. And because kind of he's a man, and I think because he's aged, he doesn't really like to ask for help. So designing for these sets of users, like having them in mind, is kind of helpful because most of them would not want to, how do I put it, put that disability out there. So as a designer, it's kind of important that before you start designing, you should actually put these people into consideration, because according to the World Health Organization, there are over 285 million persons who are blind or who identify with visual impairment. So that's 285 million persons short of using your product. So it's actually a win-win for everybody when you decide to take people with disabilities into consideration when you're designing. So that's kind of what sparked up the whole idea here.
It's awesome to see how you can take your personal experiences and use it to drive the work that you do and the way that you do this work. It's like I say, truly inspiring. There was something else you mentioned in that talk about conducting interviews and removing bias, right? And I found that quite interesting because I remember some years ago I worked as a consultant with a user researcher who was talking to me about when they're conducting interviews, how to even ask the questions. So is there sort of any kind of lessons that you can share about how you can even construct questions to try to remove as much bias even from the question itself? Because I think what they were trying to explain to me at the time is it's just very easy to ask a loaded question or a question that's seeking a specific answer rather than asking a flat question, which is open to any answer coming back so that we can obtain the right information to implement the right user experience. So is there any lessons you can share about how to remove bias from sort of the interview process?
Yeah, I think biases are of different kinds. We have like implicit biases, we have biases that affect, implicit bias has to do with where you come from and your experiences, kind of. So when you're designing for people with these disabilities, questions should be more, you should ask more open-ended questions than closed-ended questions. So you allow them to express themselves, because you can't just say, what did you like about this feature? So you, instead of asking in that way, you go about asking, what part of this product did you find most difficult? And that way the person actually points out the issue and then goes ahead to explain why they found it difficult. Instead of asking, most times when you're talking to people with disabilities, you have to repeat yourself depending on whatever disabilities they have here. So you have to go ahead and repeat yourself. Most designers can be very impatient and just throw the question out there. But if you're being very empathetic towards your users, you'd have to deal with these biases, prepare your question beforehand. And then that's why the Disability Act is there. There's actually a guideline that helps you, construct questions in a way that is not offensive, or that the user or whoever you're interviewing does not find offensive.
And also on kind of a similar kind of subject, one thing I learned from this user researcher that I worked with in the past is that assumptions is actually a big part of design, right? Sometimes they make assumptions, and I remember him showing me an exercise which he called assumption mapping. I don't know if there's like a official term for it, where you kind of look at whether something is an assumption or not, and what impact it will have, whether the assumption is true or false. So in terms of that, how different is it when you're a user researcher to remove assumptions? How do you even know you have an assumption about certain things when you're planning for these things? I'm pretty sure this is a question that there's probably no single answer, but is there kind of any personal experiences that you can share that can maybe people can learn from, how they can try to remove assumptions?
Oh yeah, okay. I worked on a project earlier this year. Okay, I think last year, because I do contribute to open source projects. And there was this project on conducting research for online researchers that study racism, online racism. Now, for someone who's Black, I would take racism very personal. So every hate comment, hate tweet, I pay very attention to that. But designing for that, I had to take away that personal bias that I have towards racism. By doing so, what I do is I write down a list of questions personally, and then I answer. What do I not? What is this? What is it about this tweet that gets me offended? What's this about this person's comment that gets me offended? So after taking that into consideration, I then go about asking my friends, because it's always good to conduct research. So I compare their biases with mine, and then I try to cancel out whichever is an assumption, whichever is correct, try to like put them in a table and say, okay, this is an assumption, this is a fact, and this is where my bias falls in. And from there, I'm able to map out a proper insights to help my design.
And one final question from me is, how did you learn some of these things? Is there like some sort of course that you went on, or is this all through experience and kind of making mistakes and learning from those mistakes? How did you sort of get to the point where you can sit here and educate people like myself about these types of things, and we can now go away and think a bit differently about how we go and do our work?
Okay, so my drive or my love for UX started during the pandemic. I first did front end, and I was trying to code a bit. And I noticed contributing to most open source projects was really difficult because most of them had very bad designs, and open source was, to me, very developer based. So I had to look for some way to contribute that was beyond coding. So that was when I came across user research. And then I met some designers in open source. And then early this year, I took the Google User Experience Design course, which kind of like laid the foundation for me. Yeah, and kind of, that was what brought my attention to biases, because prior to this, I didn't know what biases were, and I'd just been designing without inclusion. But after the course, I was able to narrow my designs and make them more inclusive and accessible.
That's brilliant. Well, people, you heard it first here. That's the blueprint. If you want to be great like Victory, you know what to do. I'm going to hand it over to my main man, Fidel. He's going to introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much, Victory, for an amazing session. I've learned so much from that, and let's catch up afterwards. So Fidel, over to you.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I think this section also applies to me personally as a quality engineer. I've always looked at the way people use products and how people perceive a product. So big ups, looking forward to learning more from you, Brown. So our next speaker, seems like we have a good balance of female speaker. So thumbs up to Katie for that. We have a lot of female speaker, and I'm happy to introduce another amazing speaker. Her name is Joy Utosu. I hope I got that well. She's the engineering manager at Secluded. Now that's awesome. Secluded, for context, is a lending platform. I think so. Joy, are you on the call? So could you just please give us more insight on what Secluded is? I think it's something that people would love. Hello, Joy.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you, Joy.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying to turn on my camera. I honestly don't know what's happening.
Technology is happening. We understand.
Okay. Okay. Let me do that. Oh, just give me a minute. Let me just try to know why I can't join. Okay. Well, so Secluded is actually a female, like a bank for women, like a lending platform for women. We give loans to women, and because we looked at the market and found out that like the marginalization was for women, like especially when they try to take loans, it was really a serious issue. So we decided to like, okay, what can we do for them? What can we do to help them? So that was how Secluded came to be. So it's been an interesting ride thus far. I'm still trying to start my video. I honestly don't know what is happening. Failed to start video.
Okay, while Joy is trying to figure out a video, her title for the talk, her presentation will be Beginner's Look Book at Object-Oriented Programming. I think this is an amazing topic. Why? Because with the recent trend that is happening now in technology, you see people just jump into technology without actually understanding the basics. And I believe if you want to do technology, or you want to be a software engineer, or a cloud engineer, or a DevOps, you need to understand OOP. So I'm going to hand the mic.
Okay. Okay, I hope you can see me now.
Yeah.
You can indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so take it.
Okay.
Okay, can you share your screen as well?
Okay, yeah, I can. Let me do that. Okay. Okay. Present. Okay, so I think we're ready.
Amazing. Yes, we are. Take it away. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys. Like Fidel said, my name is Joy Utos. The U at the end is actually silent. I'm the engineering manager of Shecluded and Storehouse. Like I said earlier, Shecluded is actually a lending platform for women. So I'm a core backend engineer. I use Java, Python, and also kind of like a machine learning engineer too. Today, I'm going to be talking about beginner's lookbook at object-oriented programming. The reason I chose this topic is because most mentors, like most mentees I had to work with, like a lot of them shy away from OOPs. Like I don't know the impression that they've gotten over time, and they just like, no, I don't want, like it looks so stressful. Let's just stick to procedural. So I want to just kind of lay a foundation for anybody that has this idea that OP is tough. I want to lay a foundation so that you would like have an overview of what object-oriented programming is about. So our talk context is what is object-oriented programming, the building blocks of object-oriented programming, 4 principles of OOPs and benefits of OOPs, and then core OOP languages. So let's just get started with our talk. What is object-oriented programming? So according to my off-the-book definition, I said object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm that relies on concept of classes and objects. Well, okay, let me just try to make that more human readable. So basically, object-oriented programming, like it helps to like explain the relationship between objects, like how these objects interact with each other, and also how these objects come together to form a complex structures, not only the object, the classes, methods, the attributes. Now, these objects usually contain data and code. Data in the form of attributes, which are also variables and fields. Like if we're familiar with programming terms, we know what variables are. Variables are kind of like containers that are used to hold values, basically. So while methods are procedures, like actions that these classes can perform, basically. So I also said that OP is used to structure software into, like, which is true. Like so if we want to create a complex structure, object-oriented programming helps us to create layers, like so that we won't just model everything up, and so that we won't have to like write what we've written before. It helps to put everything in modules and packages so that if we've written something before, we can if we use what we've already written before. If we have so it just helps to create like a clean structure for application development. So there are some, so let me just go on to the building blocks of object-oriented programming. So there are 4 building blocks of object-oriented programming. We have objects, classes, attributes, and methods. So I have this illustration here that kind of gives an overview of the relationship between these classes, methods, attributes, and objects. So we have a class car, and inside that class, we have 2 attributes. Also, we have 2 methods. And then this class can be instantiated to form objects, which are the Toyota Camry, Innocent, and BMW X6 that we have. But subsequently, I'll break each and every one of these building blocks down so that everybody can understand them. So let's just go to objects now. So what are objects? Objects are basically instances of a class. Like, you have a class. If you want to use that class that you've created and replicate it in another form, you need an object to create an instance of that class. Like create, like if you look at our previous slide, we have a class car, right? If I want to create an instance of the car, like an example of the car, all I just need to do is to create an object of that car. And to create objects, we need a constructor to create an object. So this constructor, we can have no arguments. We can have all the arguments. You can decide to create a constructor without passing any of the attributes that exist in that class, or you can decide to create a constructor passing values for each and every one of the attributes that exist in the class, right? So, like I explained in my slide, I said in this case, the objects are created from the class car. We have Camry, which is an object that was created from car. This object would have every feature that this car has. Like it's kind of like the basic unit of object-oriented programming. So it would have, if you create this Toyota Camry automatically has two attributes called color and speed. And also it has two methods, stop car and start car. Also the same with the Innocent and the same with the BMW. So the object is just like creating replicas of the car that you've created previously. That's the class. So now let's go to classes, methods, and attributes. What is a class? A class is basically the blueprint for which an entity is created. How I like to define it is, I'll say a class is kind of like the DNA of the object. Like it tells you about the object. Oh, a car, what do you expect from a car, right? Okay, the car should have a color. Like how fast is the car? How much did you get the car? So it actually tells you about the object. Like a class tells you about the object. It's kind of like the DNA of the object. It holds the data types that are contained in that object. And also it also tells you about all the actions that can be performed from that object. Like, okay, from our slide, from the fourth slide, we saw that we have two actions that can be performed on the car that we created. We can either start the car or stop the car. So a car can also even contain a constructor, which can be used to create an object. But for your understanding, I just want you to know that a car is kind of like the DNA of the object, like where the object originated from, like the ground, where the foundation of the object, basically. So let us, so a class can have access modifiers, right? You can either make your class public, you can make it private, you can make it protected. So these access modifiers are kind of like ways in which these classes can be used or reused, like they determine the accessibility and the visibility of the class that is being created. And access modifiers can also apply not only to class, it can apply to methods, it can apply to attributes, it can apply to constructors, right? Once you indicate an access modifier, you have kind of said, okay, if there are various types, you have public, we have private, we have. So if you say you want to make a class public, that means, okay, everybody can access the class. It's open for everyone, right? But if you say you want to make it private, like automatically you have restricted the accessibility of the class that you've created. So now inside the class, we have some features in which you always find in a class. That means we have the method inside the class. We have these methods are kind of like procedures and behaviors of the class, right? We have the attributes. Attributes are variables. Like, I don't want anybody to be confused when you hear attributes. It's the same variables you know in programming, right? Variables, fields, those are attributes basically. So now let's talk about the attributes, right? So attributes are kind of containers that can hold data within the class. They are mediums in which data can be stored within a class. Attributes can have access modifiers, and also these attributes will be initialized with a data type. Okay, let me break that down. Like I've already explained about access modifiers a few minutes ago. Like you can also make an attribute private, you can make it public, you can make it protected. But like I said, whichever access modifier you use determines the accessibility of that particular attribute in the class. So now, when you're creating attributes within a class, you can either have class variables or instance variables. Class variables are kind of members of that class. No matter how many instances of the class you create, those class variables will always remain the same. They are always created with this keyword called static. So once you initialize a variable with the keyword static, that means that variable belongs to that class. Even if you create an object, you can't really change the form of that variable. For every instance you create, that class variable will be in that object. But instance variables are variables that transcend over objects, right? So when you create an object, it has its own instance variable. Okay, let me break that down with the example I used earlier. That's the car example. Now we have a car. We have color in our car. Let me go back so that it will be clear. So we have two attributes, color and speed, right? If I create this color and speed, if they are instance variables, right? When this color and speed are created, the color can change. You can say, okay, I'm creating a black BMW, or I'm creating a red Toyota Camry. So these class variables, they transcend over the objects. It's not just, they don't belong to the class, basically. They change according to the object. So now, like I said, we have two features, right? Modifiers and then data types. Now let's go to data types. Data types determines the kind of data that that variable holds. So what do I mean by that? Now we have a variable called, an attribute called color. If I'm going to assign a data type to that attribute, I'll assign it as a string because the color can be either red, blue, green, anything. So I'll just make it a string to kind of open up my possibilities of colors. I can't say an integer because I don't really know if there are integer assignments of colors, but when you say string, it's more humanly understandable. So I can also use another example that has to do with maybe shapes. I create a class called shapes. Now I have number of sides, right? If I'm going to assign a data type to number of sides, I would automatically use an integer because I won't use a double because a double accepts decimal numbers, right? So if I'm creating number of size, you can't expect a shape that has 3.5 as its number of size, no. So you use an integer that has a finite value without any decimal value attached to it. So for data types, for most object-oriented programming, like I'll talk about Java, we have two data types, either primitive data types or reference data type. There are 8 primitive data types, which are integers, long, short, float, Boolean, byte, char, and what's the last one? Byte, char, and short. So these data types, they are kind of members of the language. Like you can't even create a variables with those data types. When you try to run your code, it will even give you a syntax error. So these data types, the compiler sees it like it has special meaning to the compiler. But for your reference type, you have like string, big decimal. They were created, but they've been used, like they're just classes that have been created and have been used over time. And they are now part of the package, basically. So that is basically that's about attributes. Now let's talk about methods, right? What are methods? Methods are, they perform actions. Method might return information about the objects. Yeah, we know all that. But if I'm going to talk about methods, I'll say methods kind of determine the behavior of the class and also the kind of functions that this class can perform. What can this class do? We created a class here called car. From this illustration, we can see that you can either stop the car or start the car. We can have more methods for this car, we can add more, like we can have as many methods as possible. We can even have a buy car as a method. So like it can help you, okay, I want to buy a car, how do I go about it? So now methods also have some features, right? You can have access modifiers, you can have input values and output values. Now, for my start car, I can decide to take in a value, should I say, let me just say a list of, I can take in an integer value for my start car. I can say if, okay, I'm expecting an integer, right? Between the value 0 to 10. I can say if this integer, I will name it, should I say fuel tank? I say if the fuel tank is between 1 and 10, return Boolean, that's true or false. That's for true for start, false, don't start. So inside my start car, I would have this little procedure inside of it. And I would say, once you pass in a value, you pass in 6, it does a check. 6 is between 1 to 10. What does it do? It returns true. That means the car starts. But once you pass in a value of 0 and it sees that, oh, that means the fuel tank is empty. Oh, don't start the car. So that's just basically what methods are about. They kind of help us to perform functions within a class, right? So let us go on to the 4 principles of OOPs. I'm actually excited about this one because the words, like sometimes when people see the words, they're like, oh, these words are looking very scary. But now we're going to break it down to as many bits as possible. So we have four principles of OOP, which is encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and polymorphism. Now let's break that down. Okay, by 4 principles, I just mean like everything object-oriented programming, if you are going to trace it back to origin, realize that it falls within the context of these 4 terms that I just listed out. Okay, now let me explain what we mean by encapsulation. According to my definition, I said that encapsulation refers to the bundling of data along with the methods that operate in the data into a single unit. For this example, I'm going to use a little family, right? So assuming we have a little girl, her name is Ada. She has 2 pets, let's say Lucky and Unlucky. She lives with her parents. So Ada lives in the house with her parents. The doors are locked, the windows are shut, and everybody is within that context. But guess what? She forgot to take one of her pets inside the house, which is Unlucky. Unlucky is sitting outside the front porch. Now, Ada and her family and one of her pet, Lucky, and her parents are encapsulated, like protected within the class called the house. So now intruders can't just go in and do anything to any of them. No, like you have to request access. If you want to have any access to them, you have to ring the doorbell and say, hey, I want to do something. So that's really what the encapsulation is about. It actually kind of it bundles up the data within the class and restricts access of things going out and coming in. It's actually a very good way of protecting the class. In fact, it is really important in OOPs. And how do we go about this encapsulation? It's also the use of access modifiers, like I've mentioned before. So if you make your class private, you have restricted access. It's just like Ada's house being shut. You have made the house shut, and then nobody can just come in here. So that's like a private class. But guess what? If you make it public, that's Unlucky sitting outside. Somebody can just take Lucky home, and that's what Lucky is outside of the encapsulated class. So that's really what encapsulation is about. So now let's talk about abstraction, right? I have like my, as usual, my textbook definition, but if I'm going to just give you like a more understandability, I would say abstraction is a way of reducing the complexity in which objects interact with each other. Okay, let me use one example that is very understandable by everybody. I have a dishwasher in my house and I have a dirty dish. If I want to wash this dirty dish, will I just start using a screwdriver to open up the dishwasher? No, I won't. I'll just put my dish in the washer and then I get a clean dish. I don't even need to know the mechanism of how the dishwasher operates. No, all I just need to know is put the dishwasher, start the machine, and then I get clean dish. Same applies to the washing machine. If you have a washing machine in your house, if you want to wash your clothes, do you dismantle the machine and then try to see what's going on? Oh, the stuff is spinning. I need to see what's happening. No, you just put your washing machine. You put everything that the washing machine expects you to put. Those are the variables that are expected, right? So you put your water, put your detergent, and then you close it and you start the washer. You don't need to know the mechanism of the engineering of the washing machine. All you just need to know is the basic functions of the machine, and it does your work for you. So the whole idea of abstraction in OOP is actually just removing all the complexities from all the objects that are interacting with each other. If you need a function, just take the function, do whatever you need to do, and then give me results. The same goes to Ada. If Ada gets a mail from school and then they send the mailman to her house, the mom can stand in place and get the mail from the mailman. Would the mailman say, no, I can't give you this mail unless it's Ada? No. The mailman gives the mail to somebody in the house, knowing that the mail would end up getting into the possession of Ada. So that process of just removing her from like her mom standing in place, her mom can be an interface, her mom can be an abstract class, like in context, right? So at the end of the day, sometimes she may not even really need to read the letter herself. She just needs to ask her mom, oh, mom, I got a mail from school. What do I have to do? The mom tells her, oh, this is what came in from school. This is what you have to do. And then that's that. So I'm trying to be fast so that I can keep up with time. So now let's go all the way next to inheritance. So inheritance is a mechanism that allows one class to gain the properties of another class. So in this case, we have the inheritance is in programming, funny enough, is the same thing as inheritance in real life settings. You have a parent and then a child. The child gets properties from the parents, basically. So the parent is superclass, the child is a subclass. So if we have a class called shapes, which is the parent class, and then we can create subclasses like circle from class shape, right? Because circle is also a shape. Now, if this class shape has properties like number of sides and area and should I say circumference, when you create the class circle, you don't even need to initialize these variables in your circle. All you just need to do is create the circle and extend the parent class. Automatically, it gets the characters of this parent class. Also, if there are methods in that class, it also gets the methods in that class. So, okay, let me just hurry up and go to the next one, polymorphism. I like explaining this one because it's fun. So polymorphism, the Greek meaning is actually many shapes, right? But polymorphism, sorry, it's objects taking different forms. So let me use myself as an instance, right? I'm a foodie, I love food. My sisters will call me a foodie in the house. Now, I am a software engineer. When I go to the office, my colleagues will say, oh, wow, a badass software engineer. If I go to church, my church members will call me a good Christian sisters. To me, I don't know, I call myself a dancer. I don't know if I can dance, but in my head, I can actually dance very well. So you see, all these many personalities I have does not change the fact that my name is Joy. Even if I'm a Christian sister, I can be a software engineer, I can be a dancer and a foodie. But no matter what happens, I would always remain Joy. And that's what polymorphism is about, is objects taking different forms, right? So let me break that down. Let me bring that back to software engineering, variables and classes. Now you have a class, an interface called car, right? Like we explained earlier. Now, if I want to create a class from car, another class, let me say sports car. Remember, we already have two methods in car, which is start car and stop car. If I want to create my sports car and I want it to take a different form entirely, how do I bring in the principle of polymorphism? I would have to override the method that exists in car, that's start car method. Now, all the other methods, if all other, should I say all other, maybe a lorry or a taxi is created from car, they take the principles of car. Like when you want to start it, if you have 1 to 10, it starts. If it's 0, it does not start. But now I can override that method and add should I say a condition that says, okay, even if it's between 1 to 10 and it has an extra tank, start the car, else don't start the car. Automatically, that my sports car has taken a new shape. Even though it's getting its property from a parent's class, it has its own characteristics such that if normally other cars that comes out from that parent, if it's 0, it does not start, right? If it's 1 to 10, it starts. But this one, if it's 0, it does another check. Okay, it's 0. What happens? Do we have an extra fuel tank? If it has an extra fuel tank, it starts. Otherwise, it does not start. So I hope I've been able to explain polymorphism very well for us. Let me hurry up. Now, benefits of OOP. So OOP, reusable. So like I said earlier, like one of the most beautiful things about OOP is not having to rewrite things. You don't have to go through the pain of creating car. No. All you just need to do is to have your parent car and you have other cars inherit from the parent car, and everything looks clean and understandable. So allows for class-specific behavior through polymorphism. Like I said before, like I just explained a few minutes ago, like I can create a sports car and that car would have its own characteristics. Object-oriented is easier to debug because it's class-based, right? You just look at the class and you know where the issue is coming from. Secure. Access modifiers. If I don't want you to access my house, I just make it private. I make it protected. So you can't access those methods or classes from outside. So OOP also models complex things so exactly, like it actually reduces the complexities. Like I explained about the washing machine, you just create simple structures and puts them together, makes it very easy for everyone to understand. So also it allows classes to take different forms. Like I said, me, I'm a dancer and everything, but I'm also Joy. So this is the same thing with the class. No matter how many sports cars you create from that class car will always be car, right? It will always have its own characteristics. If you want to override, you can use method overriding and method overloading and bring in the principle of polymorphism into play. So languages that support OOP. So these are basically the languages that there are other languages. We have like new languages like Dart. We have Swift. Like I didn't list them all out here, but these are just the ones that I put out. Well, you can check out more on OOP to get all the other classes. Thank you, everyone. My LinkedIn, Joy, my Twitter, Joy Utos, and it was nice having this talk. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me. I think I still have 2 minutes.
We do have questions. Thank you so much for that. Firstly, I'm just going to reiterate the plug. Make sure you are following Joy on Twitter and send a request on LinkedIn if you'd like to discuss this further. It's just one question really, but it's a big one that we could probably talk about this for a long time. So the question was, can you please enlighten us how they compare to functional programming and when to use what?
Oh, okay. So object-oriented functional programming just involves the uses of functions. You don't have to bother about classes and structures. You just get the functions and they do the work for you. Like when computers were created, it's just a device that has one single function, right? The reason why OSs was even invented was because other functions came about, and then you just iterate through those functions, and then it does the work for you. So object-oriented programming kind of, should I say, structures it in sense that even if you have a function within a class that is used, you can go ahead and use that function again. But functional programming just, okay, you have a function, you use the function. If you want to create another function, you can create as multiple functions as possible to do your work, basically. So I don't know if I was able to explain that properly.
You did, yeah. I mean, I knew the answer, but I kind of wanted this person to hear it from you. And yeah, I totally agree with what you said. And just one other thing, just before I go, I just want to say that there has been a lot of compliments about the examples that you've used to explain these concepts. A lot of people are really loving the real life practical examples that they can relate to. So definitely big kudos to you. Well done.
Thank you very much. It was really nice being here with you guys. Like,
awesome.
It was cool. So,
thank you so much. Okay, so back to my main man, Fidel, to introduce our next speaker. Fidel, over to you.
Thanks, Rob. Joy, big round of applause for you. I think the only point you missed was telling us your car. It seems like you're a car lover. You skipped that. You should have we know you're a Ferrari person and stuff. You're real good, and I love that. So, moving on, our next speaker, I think her profile is amazing. She's a software engineer based in Nigeria, a web developer with experience in React, Nest.js, CRA, Gatsby, any flavor of JavaScript you could imagine of. She loves front-end tools. She enjoys sharing her knowledge through public speaking and technical blogging. So she writes a lot. This is sounding fun. She's also a contributor to open source. And most importantly, this is written in bold caps. She's a cat lover. That's interesting. I'd love to see your cats or pictures of them. I'm bringing to the stage Anita. And she's going to be telling us about getting started with open source. This is an interesting topic for me. I've always loved contributing because I feel open source is one way that will help people grow and build. So Anita, are you with us? Hello, Anita.
Yes, I'm right here. Hello, everybody. I'll be sharing my screen now.
Sure. And your camera also. I'm sorry, Anita, can you pronounce your surname? Hello, Anita.
Rob, you may have lost her potentially. We'll give him a few minutes just to try and get back on track. But yeah, I'll echo what you said. So we had a colleague here that gave a talk about making open source contributions. And actually it was that talk that I went to that inspired me to make my first pull request to, what was it? I think it was console, HashiCorp console many years ago. And I keep saying to this person that, you know, they don't realize what they did for my career. That changed everything for me. So when I saw this talk, I couldn't wait for it.
Sorry for that. My network is really bad.
No worries.
Okay. Well, if you can see my screen, I'd start sharing now. Hello, everyone. My name is.
Sorry, we can't see your screen.
Human. Oh, sorry. I thought I was sharing already. I'll do that right now.
No worries. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. Take it away.
And today we're talking about getting started with open source. Just to confirm again, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Okay. Well, there's always this huge question in the minds of people who are new into the tech ecosystem, particularly open source. And what is open source all about? Isn't it too complex? It sounds like so much work. I can't do it. And today we're going to be talking about what open source is. So open source is software which has its code licensed and making it possible, publicly accessible to everyone. That means You might be asking, does it mean that I can use more? That's what open source is all about. You can use the code, you can modify it, you can suggest new features, and you can also distribute it to people. And well, there are no restrictions, but then there are licenses to it. So there are certain restrictions, of course. And I'd like to confirm again, please, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Thank God, the network is creepy, I don't trust it. Yes, so I'm sure you must have heard so many assumptions and speculations about open source, one of which is open source is only for people that are program developers, and that is false. Open source is, of course, open source projects are built on code bases, because without the code, the project wouldn't be there, but then it doesn't actually confine only to developers. So if you're a designer, if you're a writer, you can attend to the documentation. If you are into project management, then you can also participate in open source. There are like various opportunities in the open source ecosystem. And another speculation is open source is doing free work. And I want to like counter that. In as much as most persons devote their time to contributing to open source code out of their free will, there's so many benefits that are attached to contributing to open source, and I can't even name it. I mean, everybody can attest to the fact that they have benefited in contributing to open source in one way or the other. So you can either, when contributing to open source, some of the benefits are you get to meet professional people in the programming field, which are actually trained and skilled in a particular area all across the globe. So it's not just confined to only one country, let's say Nigeria. I mean, open source is all around the world. And open source is not only for experts. I want to counter that as well. If you just started web development today, or you started programming today, you can also contribute to open source so long as you have something to offer or you're willing to take up issues in the open source community. Sorry. I don't think that's true, because in this during this event, I noticed
I think we're having a few Wi-Fi problems again. Let's see if we can get Anita back.
Yeah. Next slide. And you might be wondering, how do I contribute to open source? Yeah, let's talk about this. There are various ways you can contribute.
Anita, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we seem to have lost you.
Also contributing.
Sorry, Anita, from the last slide, we didn't catch that the Wi-Fi struck again, unfortunately. That's the slide, yeah, that one there.
Really
sorry about this.
Yeah. Okay, I was talking about the various ways you can contribute to open source without writing a line of code. And yeah, and I said you can contribute to open source by starting a project. And this is because when you, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay, yeah, starting a project shows a form of support towards the growth of that particular project. When it actually lets people know that, yes, this project is actually good and you can work on it, or you can look at it. Yeah, so starting a project is a way of contributing to open source as well. You can contribute to open source by writing documentation. So if you're good in the technical writing field, or a technical blog, and you know that, yeah, you're good at words and you can put them into writing, open source is also a place for you. You can take on the documentation aspects in the project. And designing. if you're a designer, don't feel like you're left out. Although designers are like, always feel like there's no spot for them in the open source ecosystem. I've heard so many designers say, I can't contribute to open source. I don't see issues to fix in the project. And it's only code related. But then design issues that are meant to be fixed. So if you're a designer, I'd advise you get into open source as well. And another way is promoting a project. So if you're good at publicity and marketing, you can be a contributor to open source by promoting an open source project that you feel, yeah, this project deserves to be noticed and seen by a large crowd. Another way is advocating for open source projects. And if you're good at letting other people see the importance of a particular project, which is similar to actually promoting a project, you can get involved in open source. So also translating. Now the linguists out there, you're good with different languages, and open source is a place for you, because yeah, open source is an environment where we have like people from all around the world. So you have people speaking English and people who don't even speak English. So translating is a very important aspect of open source, and yeah, your skill sets will be needed in the open source if you're good with translation. And you can contribute to open source also by educating other people about open source, just like I am doing now, telling you that open source is a way forward. So this is also a way of contributing to open source. Also, you can sponsor a project. So there are like several open source projects, the upcoming ones and the already existing ones. And if you feel that, yes, you're buoyant, financially buoyant enough, and then you want to actually sponsor a particular project to keep it going, open source is also a way to contribute. So you might be wondering, where do I begin if I'm just, because I don't know where to start. Because this was the same question I asked myself sometime last year. I was like, I have no contributions to make. I just started programming and I don't even know what I'm doing. What's the possibility that if I contribute to these projects, my contributions will not be rejected by the community? Yeah, so let's look at where to begin. Yeah, you can start from joining a community. Now, when you join an open source community, you have a better chance of actually seeing where to like focus your energy on. So because you're attending meetings and you're seeing like, okay, there's during the meetings they talked about a design issue that needs to be fixed. Perhaps I could do it. Yeah, that's joining a community is a good way to like get the journey in open source, and you can take up this explore feature. So if you see that issue that you can tackle and take on quickly, yeah, that's a good way to get started. GitHub and GitLab, and you can also get started by volunteering at events. So most open source, because of the idea of open source is about collaboration and diversity and inclusion, you will see that oftentimes open source events are always looking out for volunteers to help moderate and also like manage the affairs of a particular event. So if you're good at with your interpersonal relationship, then you can also start by volunteering at open source events. And another way is participating in hackathons, like Hacktoberfest to start with. Now, Hacktoberfest is an open source event that happens every October. From October 1st, you start by contributing to at least three projects, fixing issues, and you get a swag from your contribution. And the idea of Hacktoberfest is to make people, it's like to create awareness about open source and get people involved in the open source community. And benefits of contributing to open source. Sorry, I'd like to ask again, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
I think we lost her again, Rob.
Just as soon as we said, yes, we can hear.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is crazy today.
Yeah, it happens. I'm telling you, it does happen. We'll just hang around for a few minutes and.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. Yeah, we can. Thank you. And I think we've lost you again, Anita.
Yeah, it's like she just wants us to hear us here and like.
Let's see if we can get connectivity. I think we've actually lost Anita altogether. So we'll give Anita a few minutes to see if we can get her back online. That'd be awesome.
Hello, I'm back.
There we go. Yeah, I think we've lost your screen share though, but glad to have you back.
I'll do that again. Please, at what point did the network go out?
I think at the point when you asked if we could hear you, from then it went out. So we haven't missed anything you said. So we were on this slide, yeah.
All right then.
Yeah. Amazing.
Okay, so oftentimes people are like contributing to the general assumption that open source contributions is contributing like free work makes a lot of persons that are interested in contributing to open source discouraged and like I'm just starting up in a particular new field and you want me to like offer free services. I mean, that's like a general mindset for everyone. But you want me to offer free services? I mean, I need to grow my skills, but I can't do free work. How will I sustain myself? And these are the questions that might probably be going through your mind as someone who is new into open source. But they're like in major ways. And yeah, some of the benefits of contributing to open source, it improves your technical skills. Now, they're like various open source projects and they run on like different programming languages and softwares. Now, contributing to this open source project opens your horizon to like new softwares and new technologies that you're not familiar with. And over time, you get so good at it that you can include this experiences in your resume and it will serve as tangible enough to land you a good job in any application you're going out for. And also contributing to open source enhances your skills. Interpersonal skills, it enhances your communication skills, it enhances your teamwork. The fact that you're actually able to take up tasks and then lead it enhances your teamwork skills and also disciplines you to like relate with people and without being biased. Like everybody has an idea of being biased one way or the other. Like you might not even be aware, but you're expressing a bias, but then contributing to open source opens up, makes you aware of certain biases that you've been carrying out that you're not even aware of. Another thing is contributing to open source grows your net, written to a community of over 1,000 people, the lows, the experienced and the unexperienced, and you're actually interacting with them freely. I mean, I observed in this meeting where they were having a conversation and people were like being so friendly. I bet most of them are not even in Nigeria right now, but they're like talking like they knew each other before now. That's what open source actually brings to you. It brings like interaction between people that you feel like they're actually a family, whereas they didn't know each other before open source. Yeah, it also brings community recognition. You see people answering the title of GitHub stars. You see people answering Google Dev experts. You can see people answering titles of DevOps expert. All these are as a result of contributions. Like your contribution to open source make people recognize you in these certain areas. And also contributing to open source allows you to gain exposure to new programming languages skills. So you would probably be wondering, how do I make my first contribution to open source? Well, I had a bonus, and if the time is not out yet, I'd like to do a quick tutorial on how you can create your first pull request and land a first contribution to open source if you have not tried it before. So the first thing you have to do is go to GitHub and explore the repositories. Since I'm just sharing my screen, I like to do that so you can also see how it's done. Sorry, I have to. All right, so this is like my favorite open source community, and I love contributing to this particular one, layer5.io. Yeah. So if you can actually go here and search like various, if you can search good first issues, you will see a couple of beginner-friendly issues. If you have not taken up any open source issues before, you can see a couple of beginner-friendly issues there. So assuming I come to this repository now and this community and I want to contribute to a project, you will see this sign here. It has issues for help, issues that need help, issues. They're like always issues in open source communities because they need your contributions. So I'd go back to this one and let's look at the issues available. So all you have to do is check the issues. Now, if you're not familiar with most programming language, or you're not like very, very grounded in programming yet, there are always good friendly issues. You see this tag here, the label good friendly issues, good friendly issues. They're all waiting for you to like take up. So you click on it, click on an issue that you feel like, oh yeah, this issue looks like I can handle it. I mean, it looks simple. So you come down here and right from the community will definitely assign it to you. So by the time you assign this issue, excuse me, can everyone still hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Or hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So by the time you're assigned an issue, you can clone this issue. You can get a copy of this issue by clicking this fork here. This fork here actually gives you a copy of this project. So you have it like your own copy that you can edit and like play around with and see how good your technical skills are. So like if you click on it, you have a copy. So this is mine. This is mine, and everything, any change I make in this particular repository does not affect the master branch. So I can make changes here, and by the time I'm done making my changes, you will see a button here that says compare. By the time you make a comment, you will see a button here that says compare your changes, and you create a pull request and wait for it to be merged. And it's that simple. And there are also documentation issues. So you can always look out for the documentation issues that are available in the community repositories. So that is just about it. Sorry, I have to go back. Yes, so if create the issues, fix the issues, make a pull request, and congratulations, you have made your first contribution to open source. And that is just about making a pull request. So thank you very much for your time, and I apologize for the network. I'm in Nigeria, so it's typical. Yeah, my name is Anita Ehuman. You can connect with me via GitHub, via Twitter as Anita Ehuman. Also, I have a few friendly websites here that offer good first-time issues. So you can check out the first-time only website. It has like very, very nice issues for first timers to take up. You can also check first pull requests. You can see they're like various. You can check open source design. They're like very friendly open source issues. I think Victor Brown mentioned being a part of the open source design. So yeah, you can check that too. So thank you very much. That is just about getting started with open source community, getting started with open source. Adam, take any questions now, if there are any for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Anita. Brilliant talk. It's interesting talk and an important one as well. I was saying to Fidel just before you came on that my first contribution to open source was inspired by one of my colleagues and friends, Tracy Holmes, who gave a similar talk to yourself at, I think it was a previous HashiCorp or something like that. And I listened to this talk, and it's the thing that gave me the inspiration and the confidence to make my first pull request, which I can understand for anyone that's never done it before is a scary thought. But one of the things that I kind of learned from this, and I kind of got this from your talk as well, is that it doesn't even have to be code that you contribute. Just even fixing typos within a document makes it more readable, so that someone who's come across this documentation can then just quickly just read it, understand it, and implement whatever it's trying to say. The other thing that you gave me some new kind of insights on is I never really considered language as something you can contribute. I mean, we tend to read readmes and documentation in English, but that's not everyone's native tongue or their first language. So someone who is fluent in English and another language who can then take this documentation and translate it and upload that to open source, it's super valuable. So I just want to say a big well done on that talk. Thank you so much for picking such an important topic, which is going to inspire the current and the next crop of engineers and the like. So thank you. So I am going to hand over to my buddy Fidel, who is going to introduce our next speaker. Fidel, over to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Anita, for that. It was amazing. We have 2 minutes before the time for the next speaker. So as usual, we'd like to do a little recess. You have a cup of coffee, you have a glass of water, whatever it is. Oh, I have mine here. You have whatever you have. You're sitting down, you're standing up, try to move around so you have your blood circulating again. And we'd do like a little recess. We'll just rest and talk for like a minute before we introduce our next speaker. I'm excited for this. We had a call with him last week, or I think this week, and during that call, the conversation was amazing, and he spoke like a father. Now I'm applying to be his adopted son. He was passionate when he spoke, and I really loved the passion in his tone. Rob, you were in the call when we had that conversation with him, right?
Definitely, yeah. I definitely. I don't want to drop the names. I want you to just just hit the people with a surprise. But yeah, I definitely connected with what he was saying. It's something that resonated with me. I can remember almost word for word everything he said. That's how much impact it had. And I'm really excited for this talk. I was excited before, but after hearing him speak to us, man, he was one of the people that inspired my tweet after that session there, if anyone saw it. So yeah, I'm super excited for this one. Cannot wait.
Okay. So without wasting much time, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. He's the dad of 2 teens. Like I said, I'm applying to be one of his children. And according to him,
you're not a teen though.
His kids inspire him to learn new things and always remind him of that life is always all about a journey to learn and grow. He's going to be talking to us about your part of the stack. That's interesting. I love the topic. It's a thought-provoking one. His name is Yusuf Raj. I hope I pronounced that well. Let me give a bit abstract. People are essential to be part of the stack. Do we work as a team or in them? At 43, he had to restart. That's a nice story. And he's going to share a lot with us. And without giving much away, I'm going to pass the mic over to Yusuf Raj. The floor is yours. Do with us whatever you wish, sir.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. For a while, I was just wondering, is it my turn next or Bilal? Because you guys was, putting on all those compliments. And I wasn't sure if you guys were talking to me because you said inspiration. But thank you for saying that. You know something, time goes very quickly. And I can remember when I first started using Linux. No one knew what it was. I had Red Hat 7.2 and I just couldn't figure out why I kept coming up with a blank screen that said log in. How would I log in? It frustrated me, and then I decided, no, I got to keep at it. And I've been keeping at it ever since. Now, like 24 years later, like I said, my name is Yusuf Raja. I'm 43. I live in Durban, South Africa. I am married and I have two beautiful teenage kids, my daughter and son. And like the guy said, I realized that you will learn from everybody, and my children are one of my greatest teachers. And teachers are probably the most important people next to your parents. Today, I wanted to talk about empathy and why that matters, not just in the workplace, but in your life and for your future. And I do have some slides that I was going to use, but you know what? I'm going to forego the slides because I think we all get so caught up in the jargon, the words, the new marketing terms, trying to figure out our DevOps from our SRE, our SLOs, our SLIs. You guys know there's so many acronyms, there's new types of technologies coming out. Thank you, HashiCorp. I just started getting used to 0.14 of Terraform, and then 0.15 is out. And that's both exciting and a bit stressful. So we often talk about the exciting aspects, but what I want to talk about is what do you do when things start getting stressful? What happens when things change in your life? How does that affect your career, and how do you cope? And I'm going to use my own life as an example, or an idea of what happened. So like I said, I had a passion for Linux and open source, and I wanted to pursue that so much so that I got involved with a non-profit organization who were interested in deploying school laboratories, and we actually deployed some of the biggest ones here. One of them was like 100-seat lab with thin clients, and this was about 17 years ago. The idea was to encourage the kids to get used to something new because people were more familiar with Windows, but also to expand their minds and to get the community around the school to get involved. The thing that really got me hooked onto open source wasn't Linux. It was the community. And when I say the community, I mean the actual people, the human beings. I couldn't believe how much stuff I was able to learn just by listening to and reading other people's experiences. As a result of that, I was able to now start getting work because I had a skill that other people didn't have. Even though I had my MCSE, most people still didn't know Linux, and a lot of servers were running things like Apache and MySQL running on Linux. And I was one of the few people who knew, but I only knew because people shared that knowledge. And that's the part that I really enjoyed, the sharing, the feeling that you are part of something greater and as you contributed to it, you grew and everyone else grew. However, as technology has sped up and we have sped up, it's become difficult to keep pace with the demands of life. Currently, I mean, we are all obviously here for the Hashi talk, but right now in the world, there's a lot of turmoil. We've got a global pandemic that we all are struggling against. We are all struggling with various types of financial issues as a result. I don't think there's a single human being who isn't facing a level of stress that we have not seen before. And how do you deal with that? Well, interestingly enough, even though we may not be first responders, we build technology that actually responds very quickly. An example of a technology that will respond very quickly, someone was talking about early on, is PagerDuty. If you've ever heard that pager go off, you know how quickly you are going to respond as well. And if you ever wanted to know how well you're going to perform under pressure, let that PagerDuty go off and then see how well you're going to perform. I'm talking, well, not from the PagerDuty experience, but from the, and like I've paused now, something I wanted to say. Yeah, this is important. That's why I should have used the slides. May is Mental Health Month. When I was younger, it was a lot easier for me to absorb a lot of information really quickly and for me to wrap my head around the technology and be pro-efficient at it. As I grew older and more responsibilities came on, I didn't notice that things were changing. I decided to open up my own consultancy and I actually did very well. But something that doesn't scale as easy as the cloud are human beings. We build the technology to help us with those things, but we ourselves, we have certain limits. And quite often, because of the modern, well, the world we live in, we assume that we are able to magically pass those limits. And life has a very interesting way of bringing you down and grounding you. Similar to that PagerDuty alarm. It suddenly brings you back to reality, to, hey, something needs to get done. And how do you get that done? You know, the best way to do anything and tackle anything I found is as a team. When you know you have people that you can trust and rely upon to assist you when you are in need, confidence is something that you have is boundless. And that support can really help you succeed. So I would encourage everybody to start cultivating within themselves the mindset of assisting one another. And I will tell you exactly why. I found it really difficult, though I had the technical skills and understanding, to get into the space I wanted to get into. Look, I wanted to be a certified SRE. Now, I don't know if anyone even knows what that is. If anyone even knows what DevOps is, please explain it to me clearly, because everyone's got their own idea. But basically, to me, SRE is like MMA for geeks. It's, sorry if I offended anybody, I'm a martial arts fan, but really, you're battling it out. And you have to have many varying skills, and you've got to have discipline and top of your game. Fortunately for me, I have had the opportunity to work with a team of people who I'm very grateful for at Stack.io. They're a small team, and this is where I started learning these things. I started learning that there's a lot you could do in a small team if you're willing to share. But I didn't know how to apply those skills with different types of people across boundaries and time zones. This is all new to me. So remote working is new and all of those things. And this is what is going to be the norm for most people. We are going to be working from home, or we are working from home, and our communications like this right now, even though I'm talking to, I don't know, maybe 10 or maybe 100 people, and who knows who else is watching it, there isn't any feedback. I can't get any facial cues. I don't know if people are bored or people are interested. And what happens over time, without us realizing that, we lose the ability to feel. So I would like to ask all of you something right now. How are you? And how are you feeling? Not how you're thinking. Everybody who's here is definitely an intelligent person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stuck around to hear my wise words. But really, how do you feel within yourself? Are you happy? Are you contented? Do you feel like when you get up and start your day that it's going to be a brilliant day, and when you put your head down at night that you feel you've contributed to the world? Honestly, I don't really feel like that. I wish I did. And there's sometimes I do. And those times are when, again, we face certain challenges and together we can overcome them. You see, you can get to the top of the mountain, but if there's no one there to enjoy the view with you, it's pointless. And so we need to ask ourselves, why do we build the types of technologies we build more than how do these technologies work? See, I've been breaking my head on how does this work instead of thinking about why are we doing it. And in working with the team at Stack.io, I realized that it's a lot more about why we do it than how we do it. And why we do it is for people. And to understand what it is they need, you need empathy. Empathy is a word that's not as popular as e-commerce or email. We use it as a buzzword and a marketing term. But really, when's the last time you actually wondered or sat and thought about what it felt for your coworker? What's going on in their lives? I'll give you some examples and I'll be honest with you. I'm a hypersensitive person. This talk, I wanted to pre-record, I wanted to make slides, and that way I would not have to face the fear of being in front of the camera. Before every stand-up, I'm afraid to be in front of the camera, even though I know the people behind the camera care about me, are interested in what I say, I add value to the team. I don't feel like that. I suffered severe anxiety and depression. What does this have to do with stacks and technology? It actually has everything. We see we live now in a time of hyperconvergence. I live and work in the exact same space from home. I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I work for a company that's based in Canada, in Toronto. So I start working with them at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they finish at 11 o'clock my time. So I had to adjust to the time, and then I work with people from different countries. I have people that I work with from Brazil. I have people that I work with from Colombia, and learning how to communicate with them and be sensitive to their culture were things I had to learn on the job. And so 6 months later, like I said, I started afresh. I was glad that I could start from the bottom. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to wipe away the slate and see what it's like if I had to rebuild. And in rebuilding, I was able to iron out some of the kinks from previously. And so, like Fidel said, like a father, here's some advice. When you want to move forward in this world of cloud, don't kid yourself about it being easy. And I'm saying that because everyone says, learn to code. It's not that difficult. Oh, you know what? Kubernetes is the latest, hottest thing. You gotta know Vagrant, you gotta know Vault. Yes, these things are cool and I love them. But learning them takes time. It takes effort. It takes dedication. These are serious tools. So you gotta be empathetic with yourself and empathetic with those that are learning with you. And then you've got to also be flexible enough, and this is the difficult part, strong enough to recognize that you're going to fail and you're going to feel embarrassed and you're going to find the problem, or someone else is going to find the problem and you're going to think you were dumb about it. But that's okay. That's all part of learning, right? My whole life I've been learning. I don't think I'm going to stop learning. Problem that I would like to change though is that this type of monologue that we've been having, I would like to change into a dialogue. You see, it's not enough that people like Anita, and Anita, I loved your talk. I resonate with everything you said, but it's not enough that people like Anita and myself let you know about open source and let you know about these things. What we need to do is have an actual real impact. And the way we're going to have that impact is at the grassroots with our own community. And by that, I mean letting more people into our industry, into the cloud industry, not excluding them, and being more proactive in going to people, educating them about what these technologies are, how they can benefit them, and transferring that skill, that knowledge. There's many ways for us to do that. Africa has got a lot of potential, and Ubuntu is now known as an operating system, but it's actually a very deep a word of very deep meaning, and it means to know what it means. Empathy. It means I am because you are, that we are one. And I would like to bring more of that human Ubuntu back into our African open source world, and maybe feed it forward to the rest of the world. And I'm hoping that this is the beginning of those types of things. Yes, I can do technical talks as well, but before I do that, I just want to know from you guys, can we get together? Can we work harder at this? I'm willing to put in the effort with you, but I'm getting gray, guys. There's so much work to do. There's so many more people we need to bring aboard. Let's do it together. Yeah, basically that's what I had to say. I hope somebody out there got something out of it. Please don't give up. It is difficult. I'm not telling you it's difficult to tell you don't try. I'm telling you it's difficult. That's why you should keep at it. It's worth working at it, and insist that you want help, ask for it, and you deserve it. And I'm speaking to all the engineers out there as well. Let's help everyone get aboard. And yeah, wish you guys the best. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. That's amazing.
I promised you it would be deep, didn't I?
Yeah. You did.
But I don't know where to start. I think, there's this thing that they say where you should read the room, right? So I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now, and I'm reading the room. And when there's not really much being said, it's because people are just listening, taking it in and processing it and relating everything that's been said to themselves. They're evaluating their life, how they live their life, the way that they go about doing things. I think one of the things that you said that really struck a chord with me was showing empathy for yourself. We often try to promote this culture of showing empathy to others, our communities, our end users, and so on and so forth, right? And rightly so, we should. but how many times have we kind of shown ourselves empathy? How many times have we had an issue which is affecting a customer and we have struggled and it's caused our levels of stress to increase? And then, you know, the people closest to us that we love are the ones that bear the brunt of it. Like, we should really show empathy to ourselves. You know, Fidel, I don't know if you have any more comments or if you want to bounce back on anything I've said, Yusuf, but like, honestly, like I said, there's so much here to unpack. I think
Rob,
people are going to be thinking about this for days to come.
You said something really important. And look, I'm not on any social media. I dropped off social media. I'll be honest, I got disappointed with the cloud and the internet because it's supposed to bring us closer together. But I want to be able to come and hug you guys, you know, to really have a human touch. I know it sounds very cliche and that type of thing. But honestly, what you said about the stress about when you're frustrated with something and you couldn't get it right and you're angry, it breaks you down. And then people that you care about get hurt. And, you know, it's interesting that we can heal other people's hurt just by helping them solve those problems. This has happened to me. The guys, you know, I have to say, the guys at Stack.io have really opened up my eyes by showing me that I don't have to be afraid. It's okay. They'll help me. And you know what? That's exactly what I want for others. I can't do it myself for others, but I really wish that, you know, it gets paid forward and stuff. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. I know you guys know how difficult it was to accumulate that knowledge. Passion is not enough, and discipline and grit and perseverance, and there is going to be tears, a lot of tears, but that's how you build great things. It doesn't just happen. You work at it. And let's be honest, right? We are Africans. We're not afraid of working hard. But I really think, right, guys, let's be honest, there's a lot more that we can show the world. Why are we waiting? Who and what are we waiting for? Can't we get together? Can't we hold each other higher? We are better than this.
You know, it's interesting.
Yeah.
The first blog article I ever wrote, it stemmed from, I was working as a consultant with a company that I'm not allowed to name, and we were implementing this 100% serverless infrastructure to introduce a payment system. And at the time when we were doing this, it felt like nobody had done this before, right? So we'd run into these problems, and you know, we had AWS support contracts, and we'd reach out to them for help. But the problem is, even the support engineers couldn't help, because this was like, I don't want to say groundbreaking, but it felt like that, just because every corner we turned around, there was just nothing new there for us. So when we were able to solve certain problems, we understood some of the limitations and some of the things that weren't documented, I felt compelled to write a blog article about it. And the main motivation for that is, I thought to myself, well, we've spent probably about 4 weeks, just 2 whole sprints, trying to solve this, right? So now we know what the answer is. Are we going to sit there and let the next person who's trying to do something similar run into the same thing and spend 2 sprints and, you know, bang their heads against the wall? And maybe they're not going to find it because they don't have the same support network that I had, so we can invest the time to find a solution. So I said, no, what we need to do is we need to document this, and, you know, and hopefully it helps someone. If it doesn't, then it doesn't, but at least we've tried, you know, at least we've tried to help the next person. And that's one of the reasons why I do the job that I'm doing, is it's to help people. It is all about community. So I really, really resonate with this.
Sorry, Rob. Documentation, good documentation is a sign of deep empathy and high EQ. That's what I want to say, because to take the time to explain it, and we are experiencing the pain of what it is to write good documentation, because we deal with people of different cultures. English is not their first language. So making sure that that document makes sense to a wide audience is not easy. And I'm glad you said that. And what Anita said about things like translating and cultural sensitivity with the technology. We need African technology because this is Africa. We can still use the same tool sets and stuff, but our environment is so unique. You got to be here to know what it's like. And yeah, it'll be great to see excellent Linux documentation in the different languages, Zulu, Xhosa, Siswati, you know, all the different African languages. And yeah, I just hope that this won't be some empty air that I keep talking about, that we'll see some real concrete stuff. This is a good sign of it, but like fathers are, we want to see that A+, we want to see the report, right? Because you know what, ask any parent, right? Their child is the most important thing. And once you have a kid, every human being you look at, you will see that that's somebody's child, right? So how would you want somebody to treat your child, right? Wouldn't you want them to treat them well? So that's how we should be with each other. We are just children inside, right? And we just want to get along. But being adults is adulting is hard. It is, adulting is hard. So lucky we got each other to support one another. And yeah, sorry for all the mushiness, guys, but sometimes we gotta be vulnerable and put it out there. And I did it, and I hope that I don't regret it. I hope to see people really pulling up, and by that I mean we'll know with the next HashiTalks. We'd like that the internet would break when that happens. Not cut us off, but the sheer traffic, you know.
Fidel, would you like to share some thoughts on this? I feel like I've been so passionate about this. I've kind of just been.
Yeah, I think this is one of the reasons why we record these sections. I think his talk is not something you just listen to and have opinions immediately. It's something you listen to and you listen to it again to digest it. And as for me, I can tell from experience, when I started my tech journey, I had an amazing support system, someone that I always ran to when I had issues. But looking at a lot of people coming up now, they have not been that great support system. We've been shouting a lot about community, open source, but at the end of the day, we're losing the most important thing, which is the humanity aspect of it. We are all human first before we are DevOps engineers, quality engineers, system architectures. So I feel for me personally, I didn't go through that lack because I had mentors around who held my hands, showed me the right way, helped me put through one or two things. So I really understand where he's coming from. And I also have this, this mindset that as Africans, we've been on the receiving end for far too long. And it's high time we start giving out. Although we ship out a lot of talents, but the issue is we don't retain those talents. I can tell you the amount of talents I've seen that have left the shores of Africa to go to Europe, to go to the US, just because there are better opportunities, better infrastructures, better everything. So I feel we should start bringing all of this back home as Africans. We should start bringing the empathy back to the coding. We should start relating to people on human levels, not on technology levels and stuff. So I really love your talk. You hit so much points that I would spend the rest of this night thinking and pondering and knowing how my own contributions have been to the people that have come after me. Because if I had so much help while I was coming up, what have I done for the people behind? So this is a real, this is a topic that touches home for me personally. So gracias for that.
Also, thank you for being so vulnerable. it gives us the strength to also be vulnerable. There's something that we as humans really, really struggle with. And I think you have led by example, and it's through being vulnerable that we can help people understand us and understand our pain in order for them to help us. And with that, Fidel, I think we have our last speaker of the day. So over to you to do the honors.
And to end today's section, it's been an amazing day. Had both men, women, children, everyone come here and like show me how much less knowledge I have. And I'm bringing on stage one great guy. His name is Bilal. He's a VMware certified instructor, and he's Red Hat certified engineer. The fun thing is his talk is actually recorded, but it's short recorded. After the recording, we're going to have the conversation with him. He's on the call, and he's going to be talking to us about automating NXXT with Terraform. And Rob, if you're ready, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this HashiTalk session. My name is Bilal Kalam. I am very happy to welcome you on this session. We will talk here how to automate NS60 with Terraform, and you will see in this session how you can build your infrastructure as a code for VMware NS60. So my name is Bilal Kalam. I am a Linux lover and a VMware certified instructor. And in this session, we will talk about NS60 VMware product used to for all the software-defined network part, and why we need Terraform, because NS60 use an API, and the API of NS60 are based on JSON format, and we can use the Open API standard. And using Open API standard can help some developer to build an application and services around NS60 by standardizing how REST API can talk with NS60. And by using Terraform with NS60 provider, you can fully automate your logical topology you need to build, whether for multiple platform or multi-tenancy. So you have some limitation when you use Terraform with NS60. So before using Terraform, you need to prepare your infrastructure. So you need to install your NS60 nodes, such as your managers, your NS60 manager, your edge nodes, and your edge cluster. You need also to configure and prepare your ESXi. You need to prepare all your transport node, configure your IP pools, create your TEP tuner endpoint pool IP, etc. Create also all transport zone overlay and VLAN transport zone, and deploy all agent cluster. Also, all your hypervisor need to be pre-deployed. ESXi or KVM, vCenter need to be deployed, and your physical networking, uplink tips networking need to be prepared, and BGP peering need to be prepared before starting using Terraform, and also Terraform need to be installed. Okay, so with Terraform we can create and automate the creation of all our logical router, logical switches, layer 2, layer 3, for all the north-south communication. We can create some ECMP equal cost multipathing topology. We can create the SCP server, configure NAT, create tier 1, tier 0, create some edge and distributed firewall rules, create load balancer, and so many other possibility with Terraform. So when you use Terraform, you have a Terraform provider, and to interact with the API of NS60, you need a plugin. And VMware have developed an open source plugin, and you can find it in the registry website. So if you go in registry.terraform.io, you can just put NS60, and when you search NS60, you will find an official VMware provider, and with this official provider you can use it and deploy it with Terraform to interact with the NS60 API. So this provider will be installed automatically when you start your Terraform init. So you need to use you need to put the provider, the required provider, in your .tf config file. Okay, so for example, in the main.tf file, you need to put the right name and the version of your provider. In this example, we put the required provider NS60, and after that, for variables, you can, for example, put the IP address or fully qualified domain name of your NS60 manager, your username, and the password. The password will be used for the API interacts. So we can now see some demonstration. So in this example, I prepared before this talk my N60 environment. So for example, I prepared all the ESXi hypervisor. I create my H cluster. I deploy a tier 0 router with an active. I prepare the uplink segment for the VLAN communication north-south, and all BGP have been prepared. All BGP pairs have been prepared. Let me show you all that in NS60 manager. So now I am connected to NS60 manager, and I can show you all that. So for example, I prepare some transport zone. So I create some transport zone, one transport zone for VLAN. And I create another one for overlay, and I prepare all my compute nodes. Or for example, I prepare my ESXi, and all the edge node was deployed previously. And this environment is a clean environment. So for example, if I can show you here, we have only 2 logical switch, 2 segment for the VLAN transport zone. We need this uplink because I create a tier 0, and this tier 0 was prepared, and you can see here the BGP have been prepared before. Let me show you BGP configuration. So yeah, we have 2 communication with a physical router with 2 different paths. So now I prepare for you this variable with the correct FQDN, username and password, and we have here some the main.tf file. So here we have the required provider, and I will deploy with one code many tier 1 router and many segment logical switch with a single command. So before starting, please, in the official documentation of Terraform of this provider, let me back to the Terraform NS60 provider, and if we go here, let me back to the official documentation. Yeah, you can find it here. So yeah, you can see here some resources and some data resources. So we have resources and data sources. So the data sources, all these data sources can be used by the API. So for example, I create before this NS60 transport zone. So you need to put your data here, and for example, for my overlay transport zone, the overlay transport zone is called Bilal-Kalem-overlay-TZ. Okay, and my tier 0, if I come back here, the tier 0 called tier 0 -GW Bilal Kalem, and also I put this information here. And you can reference to this data sources with another reference because, for example, I can use the same name, but I can use a different name because this name will be used when you create, for example, a logical router or any tier 1 router, and you can connect it to your infrastructure. So I prepare some stuff here, and let me show you let me show you some interaction with the API of NS60. So in this folder, I prepare a folder with all this information, and yeah, I have only two files, the variables and the main.tf. And let's start with a Terraform init. So this is the first command you need to execute, because here the provider will be downloaded. So yes, here you can see the provider was downloaded correctly. Okay, let me back to, I think we need to start terminal from here. I prefer, yes. So, okay, we can work from here. The scenes or so Terraform, let me show you here. Terraform init, and here the provider will be installed from, so yes, we can see here the provider was installed successfully. And yes, we can use now the Terraform version command, and with the Terraform version command you can see the version of your Terraform and your provider installed correctly. Okay, so you can find, if you type Terraform, you can find many commands, and before apply your script, your code, sorry, before apply your script, you can put Terraform validate to validate if your code is corrected, if you have any typo in your code. So yes, my code is valid, and we can now go with Terraform plan. So Terraform plan will only execute your code and show you the result. So for example, 18 object and a 60 object will be created, and you can scroll to the up to see all the stuff will be created by this code. For example, you will create some logical tier 1 router, some NAT switch, some routed switch, etc. So yes, now because I want to deploy all that, I can just do Terraform apply, and we need to put yes when you apply your infrastructure. So here we need to put yes, enter, and all our stuff will be 18 object will be created automatically behind NS60. So I am very happy because yes, with this with a single command we can deploy and create 18. And this is a simple example. So let me back to NS60 and let me show you some logical switch. Ooh-la, now we can see our logical switches. We can see also some tier 1 router. So all that was created with my script, and we can automate many options, because if I back to the documentation and let me close data sources, I can show you in resources many options here. You can see here you can create IP pools, DHCP, and you can use all this resource to create many objects automatically from NS60. And for example, I create some object. Let me show you with Terraform state list, for example. So if we use this command Terraform state list, we will list all the object was created by our codes. And for example, I want to see this tier 1 router. So for example, let me copy and try to show you the state of this object. So I can put this command Terraform state show and the name of the object, and yes, this object was created correctly, and we can receive all the information, for example, the description, etc., related to all that. So yes, we have create with a successful, we have created a successful infrastructure with Terraform. Now, if you do not need all that, you can destroy, and the same infrastructure created by this code can be removed automatically. So with Terraform destroy, the 18 object will be deleted automatically. So here we are destroying because we do not need it. Now we can destroy our infrastructure. And if I back to NS60 and just refresh, I will not find all that. So yes, all this stuff will be removed from NS60. So all this stuff will be removed from NS60. So yeah, thank you very much for this HashiTalk, and hope to see you in future. If you have any question, feel free to ask me. I can help you. So thank you again for this talk, and feel free to ask me if you have any question.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
That was amazing. I think someone on the chat is really excited for your talk.
Yes, I see it. So yeah, if you have any question, I am here. I am live with you. So it's my first time with HashiCorp, and I love participate to this session. And yeah, my job is with VMware, so I deliver many training in VMware, and I use many open source products like Vagrant, Terraform, and many solution in open source. So yeah, feel free if you have any question or feedback, I am open to answer you.
I think actually when we think about Terraform, a lot of the time,
yeah,
a lot of us feel like, okay, we're talking about like the traditional cloud providers, so your Azures, AWS, GCPs, maybe Ali Cloud, but there are so many organizations out there that's just not an option to them for different commercial reasons or security reasons or even regulatory reasons. So just to see the way that you've just something like VMware, for example, which we should kind of still look at it as cloud in a way, right? To see it being employed in such a way where people who are probably more on-premise can still use things like Terraform to control the infrastructure, I think is a very important message to send out there. It's the scope of Terraform is much huger than sometimes it seems, right? So that's one of the things that I really took away from your talk.
Yeah, absolutely. We, for example, you have a provider for vSphere. So if you can automate many action in the center. You can create VM. You can, if you have an on-premises data center, you can interact with Terraform for all. We have vSphere and a 60, but also other products like vRealize or automation vRealize. We have many other API open with Terraform. So yes, very important point. You can use Terraform with your in-premises data center. Cool.
With the provider.
Yeah, you can find the vSphere provider, for example. A vSphere provider can be used for vCenter for create VM, interact with vCenter, and do all the virtualization, compute virtualization action automatically from Terraform. So yes, you can use vSphere provider. Just search vSphere. I will put it in the chat window.
Awesome.
All right, vSphere provider.
And with these providers, do they support everything, or is it just majority of things or some things?
The most important thing is supported. So yeah, you cannot do all action, but yes, the most important: create VM, deploy VM, restart VM, create cluster. The most important part can be done from vSphere and also an 60 provider. Okay.
That's amazing. Let me just check the chat to see if we have any more questions.
Yeah, while Rob is checking the chat, Bilal, I want to bring this home. No technical questions from me. So the question I want to ask is your journey how did you get from 0 to where you are currently? Because I've always seen people that get scared when you start using big words, Terraform, Kubernetes, all of those large words. It scares a lot of people. So I think your story would be fun to hear. So do you mind sharing?
Great question.
Of course. Yeah, of course. I am from Algeria, North Africa, and I travel when I was study in university. I study in France. So in France, I had try many company when I do my stage. And when I back to Algeria, I started a company, and because I am also a CEO, I need to improve myself, and and I follow many training, but also practice more and more, and I learn from my fault, and for every time I challenge myself, I try to learn more and more new skills. But I practice, generally speaking, in Red Hat and VMware, because these two products are used in the data center. My profile is a system administrator and architect, so I start from an administrator level, and each year I try to challenge myself to get more certification and practice more, and do more challenging project. So after many years, I joined VMware as an instructor, and from that I start an international journey, because yes, I deliver many VMware training over the world, and yes, this helped me to meet people in Africa, because yes, I travel many times in Africa. I can say Senegal, Abidjan. I come many times in Kinshasa also, and yeah, this job is my passion. I love share my knowledge, and yes, I start from administration, but because I love this this product, Red Hat and VMware, so I try to do my best to help other people. So yes, this is my journey for from start.
Yeah, I think it's relatable to me. Just to share it out there, I use VMware, Fusion, and Workstation every day. As a QA guy, I do a lot of testing across multiple platforms. So seeing someone talk about VMware is actually amazing for me, because the product I relate it on the personal level. And I think your story is an exciting one. Love your passion to learn, your passion to share, traveling and meeting people, which Yusuf laid emphasis earlier on for us. I think at the end of the day, we are just in a bubble, all connected by little dots. So makes sense for me. Rob, you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned certifications. I'm just curious, because certs is a big deal to a lot of people, and there are so many different methods for studying for certs, and there's no one size fits all. But I'm curious what your process is when you decide you're going for a certification. How do you prepare for that? What seems to work for you?
First thing, you need to read your exam. Each certification come with a certification exam guide. So you can find all the topic will be covered by the certification. So you need to practice each topic for the exam preparation, and you need to accept failing. So if you fail, it's okay. This is just an exam. It's not reflect your experience with the product. So you just accept you failed. So if I remember, I failed my second Red Hat exam, but after this is the last one I failed. After that, because I accept the failure, I repassed the exam after 1 year, and I get it. After that, I get more and more certification. The same for VMware. I don't remember if I failed any VMware exam, but yeah, for VMware, it's simple. Because I teach this course, I can practice more and more. And yes, but my advice, don't fear. You can lose it, but it's okay. Just an exam, you can pass it again. And just read all exam topic and prepare it before pass your exam. And good luck for all exams.
Great advice there. I also relate to that. I couldn't tell you. I haven't done certifications in a long time, but when I used to do certifications, I couldn't tell you the amount of times I failed an exam. And, you know, same thing. At first, it can be a bit disheartening. But when you sit there and think about it, like sometimes your best asset is a short memory. And what I mean by that is don't kind of forget the lessons you learned from that exam, but just kind of forget the fact that you failed it and just focus on the areas for improvement. And that's one of the things that really worked for me. And it's part of the reason why I was able to progress career-wise to where I am. Is just because, I mean, those failures, there are lessons in it. And, you know, we talk about fail fast in our industry, but we don't really apply that to ourselves in our careers sometimes. It doesn't necessarily mean we should rush into things to fail, but it means that we should embrace the lessons of failure. So that is a really, really important message, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with Rob. I think failure builds character. Failure is part of the process. If you are afraid to fail, then you are afraid to even try at all. So thank you, Bilal, for an amazing section.
Thank you, Zoe. Bye.
In touch with you. And so guys, this is our last speaker. So I would like to call on stage the back end, the SRE of the event, Katie. Would give us the vote of thanks, and we'll drop the Twitter handles for all of our speakers, and we'll try to make the recording of it. Hello, Katie.
You didn't even give me a heads up.
No. We've got to spring it on you, you know. You have to spring it on you.
Whatever.
So what time is it at the moment, and how long have you been awake for in your time zone?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's about to turn 9 a.m. and I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning. So, yeah.
I want everyone to give Katie a round of applause for soldiering on.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did it. At 3 a.m. I was snoring.
I mean, me too. I just happened to be standing, but
It's been an
yeah,
absolutely
but it's fun. You all make it easy.
Oh, so do you. I think you are a credit to the way that this day has gone. You know, you've put everything together, you've organized everything. I haven't been able to lend as much support as I would have liked. So I know you've taken on a lot of this yourself, and for it to turn out the way it's turned out, I think it's just, it speaks volumes on the work that you do. This is just another successful HashiTalks that has been produced by Katie, because, you know, she does this, you know, like, yeah, some people, you know, make cars, some people write code. Katie just produces shows, you know, like it's
She's the rainmaker. She makes everyone tickle.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's very kind. Thank you. Thank you.
So Fidel, what would you say you have got the most out of this experience as an MC? And I asked that as someone who had never MC'd before I joined HashiCorp, and now I've kind of hosted a lot of things, right? And I actually wrote a blog post about the first time I MC'd a major conference, right? So I'm curious. This is the first time I've seen you MC for HashiCorp. So what are kind of your highlights, and what are some of your experiences that you would take away from today?
Oh, well, I think if I point out one or two things, it would be unfair to other speakers we had. We had amazing speakers. Everyone touched a particular point, made a particular impact. But for me, I always love to take things personal. So the most impactful thing for me today was the conversation with Yusuf. I think at the end of the day, no matter what the field you are, technology, health, transportation, it still boils down to humanity. And whatever we do as engineers, you're building with Azure, you're doing Terraform, Console, Vault, whatever you're building, your end goal is to impact a life and to make someone's life better and fun and easier. And to me, that conversation was the heart-tipping conversation for me. Then also credit to the whole ladies that came out and shone. Like the ladies, they were the highlights of the show, the stars, and each of them came in with different flavor. And to me, as an African, as a Nigerian that stays in an area where women are not allowed to come to the spotlight, I think this gave them that opportunity, that podium to actually come and shine. And to Joy, to Anita, to Brown, you guys, like, you are amazing. And you've actually shown us that with little determination and little effort, you could actually achieve, you could actually own a home in Mars even before Elon Musk. And that is something I look forward to. And Busayo, looking forward to having more conversations with you. And this is not my first MC for HashiCorp, although I do it more locally for my hubs. And it's been an amazing experience, truly. And I love every one of you. Let's keep in touch. Let's keep the fire burning. Twitter is there for us to continue this engagement. It doesn't have to stop here. We would keep building this community, thriving, putting our heads together. And hopefully next year, it shouldn't be virtual. At least we'd have happy hours. Like it would be fun.
I would love to fly to Ghana. And then it's funny, actually, I was talking to Katie when we first started talking about doing this. And I said to her, well, I'm going to Ghana this year for a month. So it'd be cool if I can do it from there, right? And it just so worked out the timing isn't great. I'm going to Ghana towards the end of the year. But then I thought to myself, well, I know there's going to be a lot of Nigerian speakers. So maybe I should go to Ghana. And then when it comes to the actual event, I should go to Nigeria. So I'm just saying I might next year. Like COVID permitting, I might next year, right?
Yeah, I think if things were a little more sure with COVID, we would have changed the date of this event to suit your travel schedule, Rob. But it just, with COVID, it just, is so unpredictable. But
yeah, exactly.
Next year, let's make sure that happens.
Exactly. And just kind of going off what Fidel said about Yusuf's talk. Actually, what I find interesting is it's like every single talk we've had today is a component of one big conversation, right? So we talk about the empathy, we talk about the human scale of things, and then we look at I think it was Victory's talk, and then we look at Anita's talk, and all of these things kind of play a big part in everything we're trying to do. And then when you kind of take it to a technical level, this is kind of like, how do you take all this empathy? How do you take all this consideration and these human kind of elements and put it into the things that we do? And then you finish off even with Bilal's talk. It kind of takes all of these things into account. So, I totally echo that. I think for me, the highlight has been just meeting all of you and just listening to you, speaking to you, sharing experiences. And, I knew some of you on Twitter, but I feel like I have a better connection now. And for me, that's the biggest highlight. We can now continue conversations. We can start new ones. This is what community is all about. So I just want to say that I really appreciate each and every one of you that has taken part today, especially everyone in the audience. I've seen some friend requests from people that are in the YouTube chat of following me on Twitter. So that's awesome. It just means we can continue the conversation. And yeah, so I'm going to hand it back to Fidel just for some final thoughts on the day as we close out.
Final thoughts. Wear a mask. Stay safe. That's the most important thing right now. And love. Once you wear a mask, you stay safe and you love, I think it conquers all. So that's it for me. I'm going to hand the mic over to the people that started the show off, Abubakar and Busoya. Final words from you guys.
Okay, so I really enjoyed today's session. It was really enlightening and cool. I learned a lot of things, and it's actually like my first time emceeing, so it was a was a good experience as well.
Awesome. I wouldn't say it's my first time emceeing. I've done quite a lot of emceeing, both physically and virtually. But this was a great experience, and I would advise us to keep the community going, because community is how most of us started our career, and how we can be able to help each other, elevate each other, and get each other to a more empathetic and enabling society.
100% agree. 100% agree. Katie, our producer, our savior in this sense. Any final thoughts from you before we close the session out?
Thank you. No, I think you all covered it. That's always the benefit of going last, right?
I'll remember that for next time. I know what I'll be doing.
Yes. Always go last or first, because then you really get to say what you're thinking. But thank you, everyone. Thank you to our speakers and our awesome MCs. Busayo, I would not have guessed that this was your first time MCing. So I'm glad to know that. You're awesome. Yeah, look forward to the continued friendship with you all. So thanks.
Awesome. So with that, we are now going to close what's been a fantastic day. And if you want to kind of continue this, we are going to be doing a quick recap live stream on the HashiCorp Live Twitch page. I believe Katie has posted a link in the YouTube chat, so which will be starting in probably around about 25 minutes time, which will probably last for anywhere between half an hour and an hour. So feel free to join us in that and interact with the chat as we just converse a bit more about some of the topics that we have discussed today. And with that, I'd like to say peace and love, and enjoy the rest of your day.